Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once more to Perkins Online. Did you see that clip on television last night of our Prime Minister addressing, 150,000 strong? That cannot be wrong? In Montego Bay. Was it yesterday or must have been the day before? And referring to the people around, the people before her, as my children. I tell you something. I don't think this could ever before have happened in any country that calls itself a democracy. Sister P regards the Jamaican people as her children, and she their mother. So the people are not her equal, and she's not there to serve their interests as understood by them. She's there to dictate to us, as a parent might to a child. This is making fun of democracy. That's not a democratic attitude, Prime Minister. You've been getting yourself into a lot of trouble talking on platforms. You have to be rather more careful. The people are not your children. They are your equals, and you, their servant. That is what the word minister means. It's a Latin word that means servant. Right? You're not their parent. You're not to tell them what is right and wrong. Right? They're adults. They can make up their own minds. They're fully adult human beings. You, their servant. Right? Wrong attitude, Prime Minister. The government has brought to Parliament, or is to do so today, a green paper on the Constitution. And judging by what Mr. Buchanan was saying, I don't think that they expect that they're going to get the legislation that they want passed before the election is held. What then is the point of bringing out this green paper? Is this a kind of manifesto that is being presented, showing what the government's intentions are about constitutional change? And it includes what is likely to be a popular measure, the removal of the Queen as head of state in Jamaica, and the replacement of the Governor General with a president who shall be head of state. It seems to me that I have no real I can see no real objection to that. although I don't think that it is going to make one poor person in Jamaica any less poor than he now is. To remove the Queen as head of state. Because to begin with, the Queen being head of state in Jamaica is largely a matter of constitutional fiction. It has no real significance, no real meaning, no real significance. Because the Queen has no power to do anything in Jamaica without the approval of the Jamaican government. Just as is the case in London. The Queen cannot act against the policies or programs or whatever of the British government. She has no power to do that. Nor does she have the power to do any such thing in Jamaica. And nor does her representative, therefore the Governor General, have the power to do anything of the sort. He acts upon the instructions of the government. The throne speech that he delivers is a speech prepared for him by the government and expressing the government's views, programs, policies. So nobody in Jamaica is going to benefit in any significant way from the removal of the Queen. No poor person, no man who hasn't got a house or hasn't got the money to send his child to school is going to be able to find that money any easier, or nor to get a house as a consequence of it, nor a job, right? And why that should have been brought up now, when there's so many far more important issues to be dealt with. And, you know, I find it very interesting how the government seems to be thinking. There's an issue of human rights. I'm sure that would have been far more impressive than putting down a piece of paper there saying that they want to remove the Queen from her place as head of state in Jamaica. There are all sorts of other things that need to be done that would be far more meaningful to the lives in influencing the lives of the people of Jamaica. Anyway, they have down this constitutional paper. It will be very interesting to look at it, and to look particularly on the provisions about rights, the issue of rights. I'm looking forward with great interest to that. But I wonder very seriously whether this is any more than an election ploy, you know, something being put forward to impress the people for the election. There's no question of it being passed before the election. So, I don't know. Interesting. The politics of this country, you know, again, another issue that, and I think it is the subject of a cartoon in one of the papers this morning. Suppose they had set out to do something about corruption. You know, the Prime Minister promised when she was being inaugurated, 2 promises she made. Human rights was going to be her first priority. Corruption in public office in government. Her second, she has done so far as one is aware, she has done absolutely nothing about either. She was on a platform the other evening talking about the issue of trust, whether Mr. Golding is to be trusted. Wasn't it she? I think so. That's my recollection. At least equally important, possibly more so, is whether she is to be trusted. Because she made some serious, solemn promises at King's House when she was inaugurated. Has she lifted a finger in either of those directions, eliminating corruption and primarily eliminating the abuse of human rights in this country? We take a break. We come back shortly.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
There's never been a better time to sign up for the Digicel Select postpaid bundle packages, because with the Select postpaid bundles, you get up to 100 free minutes to call anywhere, on any network, in any country. That's right, up to 100 free anywhere minutes, plus up to 50 free text messages. Upgrade to Digicel Select postpaid bundles and get even more value. Hey, what's up?
Digicel. Expect more. Get more. Conditions apply.
See the press for details.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville, New Four-Way Pharmacy Drugstore and Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Verson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Best is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Look here, I'm hearing a story that there was a fair amount of upset in the cabinet. Was it last week? When they were hearing for the first time about the Air Jamaica deal. I gather some members even walked out. Is that so? I don't know. But it's a story going the rounds. And then another story is that we're going to have a beauty queen, former Miss World, no? As the candidate for the People's National Party in, Northwestern St. Anne. That story is going the rounds. I heard it on a radio program last night. How very interesting. All of a sudden, out of the blue. I mean, we hadn't heard of this lady being actively involved in politics before. Not really, have we? Well, at one time her husband was a candidate or seeking a candidate for the Labour Party. And I believe she helped him in his campaigning. But now she's going it on her own, if what we hear is correct. Big if. Woman time now. I see Mr. Frank Phipps encouraging the new Chief Justice, but also pointing out that she's going to have a formidable job in her hands. And I think that is quite clear. Not going to be an easy matter at all for her. But we all wish her well. And hope that she will be able to bring it off, because we all have an interest. We all have an interest in her being eminently successful. And I'm sure we won't be hearing from her anything about if I don't know what, I don't know, I go get. That doesn't sound like her at all. No, I got tired to see me face. Well, anyway, let's go to a call, to our telephones. Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning to you, ma'am.
I'm having a problem and I don't know if you can assist me.
What is that problem?
I applied for a birth certificate through an agency.
You applied for birth certificate when?
Through an agency for March 20.
Uh-huh.
Something I need for business, and my business is being held back.
Uh-huh.
And to date I have not received it. Is there anything you can do for me?
How long ago did you apply?
March 20.
And what have they said?
Pardon me?
What have they told you?
Because I applied for it through the agency because I'm living in St. Thomas.
Uh-huh.
When I checked with the agency up to yesterday, they said they have not received it, and I applied for it through the 6 weeks process because I needed it.
Yes. You applied through an agency. What agency was it? I mean, well, I didn't know that there were agencies.
Yes, ma'am. They have agencies in parishes.
Uh-huh.
Global Business Placement.
Uh-huh. Now, you applied through this agency.
Uh-huh.
The RGD is saying that they have not received the application?
No, I don't contact RGD. I check back with the agency because I should have gotten it within 6 weeks.
Yes, and what is the agency saying?
They have not received it from RGD.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, have they been in touch with RGD asking them what the problem is?
That's what they said, but I have all my information, and the fact is, it's not the first time applying for a certified copy, but I've run out, and I needed one now.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I applied for it from March to get it to do business early this month, and I'm behind time because of not receiving it.
Yes, but the question is, if the agency is supposed to be dealing with it, right?
Yeah.
Why hasn't the agency been in touch with the RGD to ask them what the problem is? Why can't you get it?
I don't know.
Eh?
I don't know, sir.
Well, if I were you, I'd ask the agency about that.
Because when I called them yesterday, I told them I'm coming on your program because I needed it, and I don't know.
Yes, but ask them to get in touch with the RGD and find out what is the nature of the problem. Right?
Yes, sir.
Well, why did you go through the agency?
Because I'm living in St. Thomas, and I've been to Spanish Town already applying for other my children's zone, and it take me days, and the length of time, the hours I have to leave St. Thomas to get in the line there, and the hours that I leave again. It's the same process.
But look here, Mom. This is a problem that goes beyond somebody calling on your behalf and begging them to hurry it up for you, There are hundreds of, possibly thousands of people out there who are having this problem. And we need to understand that we have to deal with the basic problem. Why is it that the RGD is giving this trouble? Why is it so difficult to get a birth certificate out of them?
I don't know, sir. I just don't know. Because if you give them the information, they are telling you that they don't have it at the same time. You applied, say, years before, and you got certified copies from them, and if you ask them for it now, they tell you they can't find it. And when they do give it, they give you it with the wrong spelling, and you have to pay again to have correction or error, all those things.
Oh, boy. No, man, something needs to be done about this. Something radical needs to be done about it. Right? The government needs to do something about this. This is not a problem for Perkins to do. This is a problem for the government. Why is the government allowing this to be happening to people out there? They're paying their money and not getting the service for which they paid. And then they turn around and ask you to pay more money in order to correct something that they did. No, you need to get back in touch with the agency, right? And they need to get in touch with the RGD to find out what is the nature of the problem. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mom.
I'm going to call them now. Thanks for your help, sir. I'm going to call back the agency now.
Call back the agency now.
Yeah.
And, if you, maybe, they do a lot of prayers out there. So maybe if you, maybe if you tell them that you're praying, and praying for them and so on, But this is a problem it's a very serious problem, right? And it is not peculiar to the RGD, right? The government of this country is taking loads of taxes out of people. And what are they getting for it? Yesterday there was one hell of a series of demonstrations in Portland, and also I gather in Hanover, because of the poor condition of the roads. Right? Government is taking money from the people. But the services that the government is to provide are not being provided.
They are not being provided.
Huh? So we have to address that issue as a people. Right? You have to talk to Mama about it.
I'm not seeing Mama, sir.
What?
I'm not seeing Mama.
You don't see Mama?
TV, only on the TV.
Oh. Well, you better mind, behave yourself, because Mama will put the strap on you. Eh?
I see her on the TV.
I beg your pardon?
I see her on the TV.
You see Mama on the TV?
Yeah.
But hold on a little bit. Is that what you want in a Prime Minister? A Mama?
No, not really.
Who's taking you for a little picnic? Eh?
No. Mama used to do her duty. Mama's duty is to take care of her children.
Yes, indeed. But the children...
The children are us, and the business is the business of the country.
Yes. But the children are not adults, you know. Picnic is picnic.
We are still her children.
Uh-huh.
Regardless, we are adults, we are still
yes,
her
but
children.
when you're an adult, you start running your own life.
That doesn't say I'm an adult, and if I'm should in case anything, I still run back to my mama.
You go back to your mama?
Yes, I go to my mother for advice. I go to her for help.
Uh-huh.
And if she can, she gives me advice. If she can help, she helps. If she can't help, she tells me her advice where I can get help.
Yes, but when you're a little picnic, she tell you what is the law, what is going to happen, how things are going to go, how you must behave. And if you don't behave, she puts a strap on you, right?
Mama Pina going to do that.
Mama Pina do that.
Should I do that?
All right. I hope that Mama will do something about these things for you. Okay? All right. Good. Okay, we take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 4-ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This morning, expect brief showers over southern areas. During the afternoon will be mainly sunny and windy. Also look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms over northern areas. On Wednesday and Thursday, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for cloudy conditions with winds, especially over northern areas. On Friday, there will be brief morning showers over northeastern areas. During the afternoon, will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms over northeastern and southeastern parishes. Northern areas will be windy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investment and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
So, what you doing later?
I plan to call and text free.
All right. What you doing tomorrow then?
I plan to call and text free.
What about this weekend?
I plan to call and text free.
Next month?
Next year, I plan to call and text free with the B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan.
How's that?
A plan that gives you 2 hours of free calls and 20 free texts every day to any B-Mobile or C&W number. And 20% off calls to the US, UK landlines, and Canada.
So, how much it costs?
Only $200 a week for prepaid and $800 a month for postpaid.
Sounds good.
Believe it.
The B-Mobile Anyone Free Time plan. A plan to call and text free every day. Sign up now. Call or text the word START to 809-FREE. That's 809-3733. Details on the press. Conditions apply.
Me and my B-Mobile? There's nothing quite like us.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you online, and we have with us the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Bruce Golding. Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Bruce.
Morning, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Or should I say Papa Bruce?
Well, where would that have come from?
Well, I hear Mama.
There are three people who say that, my three children.
Your three children?
Uh-huh.
I see. I heard somebody, I heard Mama talking to some people in Montego Bay.
Oh.
Calling them her children.
I see.
Look here, Mr. Golding.
Uh-huh.
I heard on a radio station this morning, and I had hoped to see it in the newspapers, that you had issued a statement about the appointment, the proposed appointment of Mr. Hilton to the Chief Justiceship, saying that you had not in fact been consulted by the government on this.
No, that's not what I said.
No?
I felt obliged to make a statement because the Honorable Michael Hilton, in public statements that he has made, both in writing and verbally, went to great pains to indicate that the reason why he asked not to be considered for the position of Chief Justice, or not to be further considered,
was that he had not been supported by the opposition.
That I had not indicated support for his appointment.
Yes.
Now, I'm not quite sure what his intentions were, because for him to make such a statement is a rather strange departure from custom.
Yes.
But, and I'm not sure what was the source of his understanding. But I wanted to set the facts out, and the facts are as follows. I received a letter from the Prime Minister on the 24th of April proposing the appointment of Mr. Hilton as Chief Justice. It came just 2 days before my budget presentation. I was not in office. I was sort of locked away preparing my budget speech. So I didn't get a chance to reply to the letter until the following Monday, the 30th of April. And I wrote to the Prime Minister indicating to her that there were some concerns which I would want to discuss with her in person.
Yes.
And I asked her to be good enough to arrange for us to meet as early as possible after her budget presentation, which was actually scheduled for the following day.
Yes.
Well, let me just mention this because this is materially relevant. The day after my budget presentation, that would be on the 27th of April, I held a news conference, and I bemoaned the fact that the government had dismissed the report of the task force, which was led by Colonel Trevor Macmillan, to look at crime and look at its solutions. And they had dismissed it, in the words of the Attorney General, on what I consider to be spurious grounds, that it found offensive a suggestion in the report that corruption was evident. It actually referred to corruption throughout the system, in the civil service, and it said that corruption was evident even in the judiciary. The government found that reference offensive, and they, in fact, stated that they would not be prepared to respond to the report unless that statement was withdrawn. I had no power to withdraw the statement. It was a report that was submitted to me since I had appointed the task force.
Yes.
And the members were not prepared or were not inclined to withdraw that statement.
But I should
in
have
that
thought
press conference-
I should have thought that the important thing about a statement like that
would be to
was
find out if it's true.
to test the validity of it.
That's right. Now, in that press conference, I indicated that certain recent developments which had come to my attention suggested that the assertion made by the task force was not without some validity. And then on the 4th of May, I received a letter from the Prime Minister stating that in view of the comments that I had made, she had asked the Chief Justice to let her have a report on any matter which could have formed the basis for such a serious and far-reaching allegation, and that she would wish to receive his response before meeting with me. Now, remember the meeting that I had asked for was specifically in relation to her proposed appointment of Mr. Hilton. She chose, as is her right, to seek some advice from the Chief Justice in relation to that statement I made at the press conference before meeting with me to discuss the appointment of Mr. Hilton. Nothing happened in the meanwhile. I'm still waiting to hear from Jamaica House as to when I would have the opportunity to meet with the Prime Minister. And then on the 22nd of May, while still awaiting that meeting, I received a letter from the Prime Minister advising that Mr. Hilton had formally withdrawn himself from consideration and actually attaching a copy of Mr. Hilton's letter to her, so advising her. And that as a consequence of Mr. Hilton's withdrawal, she proposed the appointment of Mrs. Zayla McCullough as Chief Justice.
Yes.
Now, as I pointed out in the statement, Section 98 of the Constitution requires that the Prime Minister consult the Leader of the Opposition on the appointment of the Chief Justice prior to advising the Governor-General.
Yes.
And my request for a meeting with her, after having been advised by her of the appointment of Mr. Hilton, which she proposed, my request for a meeting with her was in pursuance of that consultation,
yes,
which is mandated by the Constitution. That meeting was never held, so I never had an opportunity to either express support for Mr. Hilton or opposition to Mr. Hilton's appointment. Subsequent to Mr. Hilton's withdrawal, and with the nomination by the Prime Minister of Mrs. McCullough, I again sought to meet with the Prime Minister in pursuance of the consultation stipulated by the Constitution. We met last week Monday, and the rest, as they say, is history. Mrs. McCullough's appointment has since been confirmed.
Well, hold on. You met last week Monday. Now, was the proposed appointment of Mrs. McCullough announced before or after that meeting?
No. I had been advised by the Prime Minister, as I said, by letter dated May 22nd, that in view of Mr. Hilton's withdrawal, she was proposing Mrs. McCullough.
Yes.
I contacted the Prime Minister and I said, look, can we meet on this matter? And the meeting was set up for last week Monday. And at that meeting, what we discussed was not Mr. Hilton's withdrawal or his original proposed appointment. What we discussed was what was now before us, which was the proposed appointment of Mrs. McCullough. And my understanding is that subsequent to that meeting, the Governor-General has formally been advised by the Prime Minister to appoint Mrs. McCullough.
I see. So there was, at no point, did you have any opportunity to express any opposition to Mr. Hilton?
Either opposition or support.
Either opposition or support.
I had sought a meeting. The Prime Minister said she wanted to hear from the Chief Justice in relation to the comment I made at the press conference before meeting with me. And while we were waiting for that process to be completed, Mr. Hilton promptly withdrew himself. So at no stage was there an opportunity for me to have any discussions with the Prime Minister about Mr. Hilton's appointment.
So the question is, where did Mr. Hilton get it from? That, if he got it from anywhere, that the opposition was not giving its support to
I don't know, because my letter to the Prime Minister didn't discuss the merits or lack of merits of Mr. Hilton's appointment or proposed appointment. It simply said that there were some concerns which I would want to discuss with the Prime Minister in person.
Yes.
And I mean, that's the kind of relationship that I think ought to exist. I don't believe that the relationship between the Prime Minister and myself should be confined to formal correspondence.
Yes.
So So I wrote to her and I said, look, there are some concerns that I would like to discuss with you. I know that you are going to be making your budget presentation on Tuesday. I would like as soon as possible after that, if you would be good enough to arrange for us to meet so that we can discuss the matter. That meeting never took place. So I really just wanted to put that clarification.
Yes.
And I was,
in other words,
I was moved to do that because I've seen where certain columnists and commentators are now making statements based on the fact that I withheld, not that I withheld, that I opposed his appointment.
Yes.
And the point I wanted to make is that I never had the opportunity so to do.
Well, one almost got that impression from Mr. Hilton's letter.
Yes, well, that would be, and which is
public.
why I expressed, I expressed the view that the intention behind him making that assertion is perplexing, because I don't know whether what he intended to convey was that, look, I mean, I was chosen by the Prime Minister, but for the objection of the leader of the opposition, I would have been the Chief Justice. Whether that is what was intended, I don't know, but I wanted to clarify the matter.
Look, Mr. Golding, if I might just ask you about one other matter, related to Mr. Hilton and to...
Well, before you go there, can I just point out, I found it strange that yesterday the Minister of Information in his post-cabinet press conference indicated that a green paper was being laid on the table of the House today.
Yes.
Or was to be laid. Is to be laid.
Is to be laid.
Dealing with the whole question of the constitutional
reform.
Now, the reason I find it strange is, firstly, we have been through such exhaustive discussions on it, on which we have reached substantial areas of agreement. There are still some areas that we have not been able to agree on. That for us to be talking now about a green paper, which, as you know from your own experience of parliamentary practices, a green paper is really a discussion paper.
Yes.
I find unusual. Then in addition to that now, the Minister of Information was at great pains to indicate that passage of many important elements of that reform program will require bipartisan support.
Yes, indeed.
But there was no bipartisan contact to say, hey, we're
going
think that what we ought to do is to bring a paper to Parliament.
Yes. Hold on just a moment for me, please.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Kew Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This morning, expect brief showers over southern areas. During the afternoon, will be mainly sunny and windy. Also look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms over northern areas. On Wednesday and Thursday, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for cloudy conditions with winds, especially over northern areas. On Friday, there will be brief morning showers over northeastern areas. During the afternoon, will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms over northeastern and southeastern parishes. Northern areas will be windy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
This is how I quench my thirst. This is how I sustained my life with Mevita water. Purified drinking water and spring water. Mevita water. Quench your thirst intelligently. Bottled by Barco Caribbean Limited. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:46.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Golding.
Yeah, we were talking about...
Yes, sorry to have kept you waiting so long, but...
We were talking about the green paper, which is expected to be...
Yes.
To be laid this year. I don't mind the color. I'm just concerned about the process.
Yes.
Now, bear in mind that some of the proposals on which agreement has been reached involve an amendment to entrench provisions of the Constitution.
Yes.
Which impinge on Section 49.
Well, I think most of them do. I mean...
Yeah, well, some of them don't, some of them do. And once you're dealing with an entrenched provision, that a bill brought to Parliament today, if one were brought today, would have to sit on the table of the House for a minimum of 3 months.
Yes.
Before the debate commences.
Yes.
And once the debate is concluded, it has to sit on the table of the House for another 3 months before the vote can be taken.
Yes.
Now, if you allow a week or two for the actual debate, you're talking about 7 months.
We are into January.
You're into January of next year, which is way beyond the expected life of this Parliament.
Yes, indeed.
So I don't know what the objective is. What I find peculiar as well is that last year in the budget debate, and in my own presentation, I suggested to the Prime Minister who had just assumed office, I said, look, we've been talking about constitutional reform for too long. There are some areas on which we have reached agreement. There are some areas on which we have not reached agreement. Let's not make the good the enemy of the best. And if we are to wait until we agree on everything, we may never enact anything.
Yes.
Let us look at what has been agreed. Let's list them out. And to the
go ahead
extent that
with
they
those.
can stand by themselves, let us proceed to enact those.
Yes.
Even while we continue deliberations on those on which there is no agreement. The Prime Minister didn't give me any response at all. And that was a year ago. We should have allowed sufficient time to go through the 7-month period and to have enacted in the Constitution those changes on which there was agreement. Interesting in all of this too, Mr. Perkins, is the fact that one of the areas on which we have agreed has to do with the method of appointment of the Chief Justice, among others.
Yes.
Chief Justice, President of the Court of Appeal, there are about 7 or 8 categories.
Yes.
And what had been agreed is that instead of the Chief Justice sort of being the hand-picked person of the Prime Minister, we would change the system to have the Chief Justice appointed based on the approval of Parliament. And an approval which would be structured in such a way to ensure that it had bipartisan support.
Yes.
Now, where we didn't agree, and which remains one of the outstanding issues, is that we suggested a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament voting separately.
Yes.
The government wanted a 2/3 majority in the Houses of Parliament voting jointly.
No.
Now, there have been occasions when a government has such an overwhelming majority in the House of Representatives that even when you put the House and the Senate together, the government will still control a 2/3 majority.
Yes.
It has happened with us, it has happened with the PNP.
Yes.
That's not the case now, but it has happened before, and we said, let us not play Russian roulette with critical sections of the Constitution. Let us require that it must be 2/3 majority voting in each House.
Yes.
So that even if a government has an overwhelming majority in the House of Representatives, the safeguard that is inherent in the structure of the Senate would protect it. And that issue we have not been able to agree on.
But that is the Senate was deliberately composed as it is.
That's right.
To afford that protection.
That's right.
Under the Constitution.
Now, we knew from a year ago that the incumbent Chief Justice would have reached retirement this year. So that there really was a genuine will to move ahead with these important areas of constitutional reform. We had a year in which to do it, and there was no attempt. And then all of a sudden, now, while we are awaiting the announcement of the election date, we are now putting on the parliamentary agenda a major constitutional reform program. Doesn't really.
And prominent on the list, of course, is the divestment of the monarchy.
Yeah, well, that one now is even more complex because that can't even be done by Parliament, even if it were voting in absolute unanimity.
There has to be a
referendum.
Yes.
It has to go to the people, and there's a time. Again, you have to put that bill on the table for 3 months before. You have to allow it 3 months after the debate. And then after that, now, it goes to the people by way of a referendum.
So what are you saying, Mr. Golding? That this green paper is nothing but political propaganda?
Well, I come back to where I started. Normally, when you want to initiate discussions on something, you issue a green paper, which is really a discussion paper. And then after you have deliberated and discussed and you have come to some sort of agreement, then you issue a white paper.
Yes.
Now, after 16 years of deliberations, and I would say a fair amount of progress in terms of things on which we have agreed, even though there are some areas that are still outstanding, we're now issuing a green paper. It's almost as if we are zeroing the count and starting all over again.
All over again.
It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Yes.
I suspect that it is more intended to be, to the extent that people may raise during the campaign period. Well, what is being done about constitutional reform? Well, we just laid a paper 3 weeks ago.
Yes. And they've stuck into the mix The issue of the Privy Council and the Caribbean Court.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, that is there as well. As a matter of fact, I'm due to meet this afternoon with the Justice Reform Task Force because they wanted a position from us dealing precisely with that.
Uh-huh.
And I'll be meeting with them this afternoon.
Yes. Mr. Golding.
Yes.
There is an issue with involving the Solicitor General and Justice Roy Anderson.
Yes.
Right? It seems to me, sir, that that matter needs to be properly it's too important an issue. Should be just left like that to be forgotten.
Can I say something on it?
Yes.
I happen to have met Mr. Justice Anderson.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he presided over a matter in which I was involved.
Uh-huh.
And I was very impressed at how he handled it.
Uh-huh.
I thought he was very erudite, and I got a sense that he was. I hope I'm not misrepresenting him. He was very civil, and I got a sense that he was sort of reaching out to both litigants and saying, "Well, look, let's try and see if we can resolve this in a way that both sides will be comfortable." And I was impressed with how he approached it. So I have nothing to say that would be in any way derogatory of him in terms of his professional competence.
Yes.
What I do say is this, that justice has to be so carefully demonstrated that any possibility of a conflict, any possibility of favoritism has to be dealt with, and it's better to err on the side of caution.
Well, there's a very important dictum on the issue. It is not only of some importance.
Yes, I know.
But it is of fundamental importance that justice should not only be done, but that it should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done.
Now, two things I'd say on that. One is, I think we need to be satisfied that the antecedents which would have connected both Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hilton in their professional capacities, that every care should have been taken, and I don't have enough facts to say whether it was or it was not, but every care should have been taken to ensure that no one could make, even if it's an accusation that is made without validity, without proof, that no one should be able to say, "No, look, justice might not have been done in those circumstances." That's one. Secondly, whatever difficulties Mr. Anderson might have encountered in another jurisdiction, which if they had occurred in our own Jamaican jurisdiction, would have impacted on his appointment, should have been brought to attention.
Yes. Hold on just a moment, please, sir.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11:01.
Paul, you know how me always tell about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low price.
The super value specials, $1.95 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Golding. We're back.
I was making the point that if there had been full disclosure
yes.
to the persons who were responsible for the appointment, namely the Judicial Services Commission, and the Judicial Services Commission, having been informed,
yes.
had considered the matter and had taken the decision that there was no statutory or ethical
yes.
impediment, then as far as Mr. Justice Sanders is concerned, he would have done his part.
Yes.
The question after that will be whether or not you agree with the position taken by the Judicial Services Commission, but we don't know.
Well, the Chief Justice was
that
asked...
is what transparency really ought to be about.
The Chief Justice was asked the question and said he didn't know anything about it.
Well, I wasn't aware of that, although I did hear some reference to it, but I didn't hear him make that point myself. What I think is unfortunate is the line of argument that I heard the Solicitor General himself taking, that it was not germane. I think on the grounds, certainly, that there's a difference between one form of bankruptcy and another. There's a Chapter 7 and there's a Chapter 11. Chapter 7 is where you go in and you say, look, I'm having difficulties with my creditors. I need your protection. I don't see that distinction. That's a technical distinction. Because I don't know that in terms of the ethical considerations, whether there's a distinction between somebody who, because his creditors are closing in on him, manages to get to the court before the creditors do, and files for a Chapter 7 instead of a Chapter 11. So I don't believe that, nor do I believe that it is a sound argument to claim that, well, the Constitution of Jamaica speaks about disqualification based on Jamaican law.
Yes.
And not, because if you commit a crime, regardless of what jurisdiction you commit it in, and I'm not saying here that this is a crime.
Yes.
But, the matter stands by itself, even if it doesn't technically apply in a particular country.
Yes.
Unless your laws are different and your laws would not have considered it as an impediment.
But the issue here
is... I do think, if I could just say one more thing on this, I do feel that the whole matter was badly handled. I think that in situations like these, and I've learned this from years of experience, the sooner you come straight up and say, now, here are the facts. This is what happened. And let whatever debate want to rage on that proceed. The better it is, because you begin at that stage to establish, or to re-establish if you have lost it, a certain credibility in terms of your position on the matter.
But the question I'd like to raise with you is whether, in a matter like this, public debate and discussion, and with all the futility of it, is adequate, and whether there isn't a need here for an official inquiry into the matter, and whether that is not the view of the opposition, whether you don't think that the opposition should be bringing something to Parliament on this.
All right, well, let me respond to that. Certainly I believe that the Judicial Services Commission needs to clarify, because it had a critical role in the matter. As to whether or not there would be need for an inquiry, I think that would depend to what extent Well, we're talking about two things here now. Remember, we're talking about the situation in New York, but we're also talking about the professional relationship between two critical law officers. An inquiry into that would have to be based on whether there is reason to believe that justice has not been done. I know of the Chen Yong situation. I don't know enough of the details to be able to determine whether there will be sufficient cause for an inquiry. In other words, I am not yet in a position to suggest that Mr. Justice Anderson may have acted in any way improperly. I would need to be advised on that. And you would have to have some reasons for thinking so in order to launch that inquiry.
You don't think that the mere fact of the relationship between...
One of the things that I understand from listening to the discussion that has taken place is that Mr. Anderson had, in fact, brought to the attention of the attorneys involved in the matter. And if he did so, I think that he ought to be commended for that. And to the extent that I'm advised that they've had no difficulty with it, then I would still be groping for a reason, and unless I found that reason, I wouldn't...
Well, there are a number of problems about that. First of all, Mr. Hilton says that the judge invited the attorneys into his chambers and there put the matter to them, before them. A lawyer representing the judge said that he did so in open court. Right? So
that's a question of fact.
These are two quite different stories.
And, both can be right.
No.
Yeah.
And then the other question is whether the impression given by Mr. Hilton is that they went into chambers, heard what the judge had to say, and thereupon agreed to his continuing in the matter, which suggests to me that there was no room for consultation with the client in the case of the...
But in that case, it is the lawyers, I think, who would have to be held responsible before that. If a suggestion like that is put, a lawyer has an option. He can either respond right away, based on what confidence he has that he can
I don't know that is so, Mr. Golding.
Pardon me?
I don't know that is so.
No,
I think it is, as I understand it, it is the client who must make that decision.
I know, but I
surely a
believe
decision
that the judge would be perfectly justified in figuring that when his lawyer speaks, his lawyer will speak on behalf of his client. Now, if the lawyer feels that he needs to consult his client, then what I would expect the lawyer to do is to say to the judge, would you allow me this afternoon to consult my client and we return
Well,
to
it
tomorrow?
seems to me that if a question like this is put to a lawyer, and the lawyer thereupon answers, it is clear that he has not had the opportunity of consulting with his client.
I know, but what I'm saying is I don't believe that you can hold the judge responsible for that. I believe you have to hold the lawyer responsible.
No, sir, it seems to me that the judge is equally responsible because he knows that I'm sure that he must know that the lawyer has a duty in a matter like that to consult his client.
Yes, but then if the lawyers did not seek so to do, I mean, I don't know that you can ask the judge.
No, I don't think
a judge would normally communicate with a lawyer, and he expects that the lawyer will seek the appropriate instructions from his client.
No, I don't see how that could be so. In any event, according to Mr. Chen Yong, he did not receive any such consultation. He did not have any such consultation. Wasn't given the opportunity to...
Yeah, well, you and I may disagree on that. I would feel now that is an issue between the lawyer and his client. If the lawyer, on the other hand, said, I sought time to consult with my client and I was not allowed time, then that's a different matter. But I don't know that was the case.
No, sir, I think you better discuss that one with some lawyer in the opposition. But you don't think that the opposition should take this matter up?
Well, it's a matter that we have been discussing, and I will take more advice on it. But we would need to feel that there is reason to question the morality, for want of a better word, of the judge's decisions. And up to now, I haven't seen anything that leads me in that direction. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I haven't seen anything that takes me down that road.
I see. All right, sir.
But the process itself, the process itself,
yes,
is one that I think still leaves a number of questions unanswered. For example, what did the Judicial Services Commission know, and when did they know it? You are telling me that the Chief Justice said that he was not aware.
Well, that's what I've heard on the radio.
But there are a number of other questions. Was the Solicitor General aware? If the Solicitor General was aware, did he bring that to the attention of the Attorney General? I mean, there are several questions that still need to be answered.
Yes. All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All the best. Okay, shall we go to the break? Okay, let's go. Hello?
Mr. P.
Yes, good morning, sir. How are you?
Not too bad, you know. Let me thank Mr. Golden for clarifying an issue. I was waiting before he came on, and I'm glad he came on and cleared it up for me. This green paper.
Yes.
This green paper that is supposed to be tabled today. And he cleared it up very well, because I see some red herring in that green paper. I saw a red herring in that green paper. What is the point? And, you know, he has cleared up 2 times May's parliamentary procedure. He cleared up one for me, the time when they cite Mr. Samuda. When they cited Mr. Samuda for misleading the parliament, he did his homework and he came with the proper advice to the parliament. And next time, he did his homework and he came with one, and the minister that couldn't remember when he was a member of the cabinet. When, you remember that one? That's
yes.
And this is the 3rd one now, because this man, Mohammed Alak, is analogous to the minister that Saddam Hussein had. And he come telling us about this green paper. No, this green paper should be preceded by something about corruption. I want corruption enshrined in it, and I want a Whistleblowers Act enshrined in it. So it's no use you come with this part of it now. But I'm glad 3 months has got to be elapsed after the first reading and what have you.
Well, I don't know. This relates to the Constitution.
Yes?
You think there should be a Whistleblowers Act in the Constitution?
There should be.
Eh?
There should be.
Huh?
There should be a Whistleblowers Act.
As part of the Constitution?
Yes.
Oh.
And
Hold on just a moment. Hold on a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drugstore and Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Verson Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. P.
Yes.
We have to take a whistleblower's act coupled with corruption to the highest level. To the highest level.
Yes, but I don't know. I'm wondering whether that should be in the Constitution.
Well, I don't know how we're going to get around it. I was listening to Mr. Paul Wolfowitz talking about the number of PhDs that him sit down in Africa. A lot of PhDs. And they have never, ever been able to tackle corruption properly. You understand?
Well, you know what PhD means.
Some people say it's pothole.
No.
Some people say it's
No.
pothole dodger.
No, permanent head damage.
Permanent head damage, yes. No.
At any rate, that's the meaning here in Jamaica.
There's a meaning here in Jamaica.
Yes.
We gotta get that settled up. And I don't want to run with anything and talk about Caribbean Court of Justice and what have you until we really get to the core problem in this country. The core problem in this country. Look, I read an article by Miss Donrich. And she said Dr. Davis should have a dunce cap on his head. Now, Mr. Davis, I will concede that he knows more about maths more than I do. But he don't know more about the English, and he don't have any behavioral attitude more than I have. I listened to two ladies on Friday evening, Lorna Green and Carol Narcisse. And the two ladies ought to be commended for sticking to the guns, having Dr. Omar Davis answer some questions on the Air Jamaica matter.
Yes.
You can know when he's battled up, you know. He starts stumbling and stuttering. And he wanted to leave. He wanted to leave and he wanted to dodge out of it. And those two ladies, for all it's worth, they stuck to the guns and they have him dead to rights. And he stuttered and he stumbled. And you know what the man had the gall to say? That he can't take 2.7 million to sign any agreement. Which is very rude. 2.7 million don't want to go with him.
What was that in relation to?
The Air Jamaica, the selling of the slot at Heathrow Airport.
Yes.
He can't carry 2.7 million people with him. And he don't know if he's going to make any disclosure to Parliament on this matter.
I tell you that, sir, that transaction there strikes me as very odd.
Very odd. It's ludicrous. And he is saying that he don't know if he's going to tell Parliament about it. That's what is tantamount to what he said, you know. He don't know if he's going to say anything to Parliament about it. Because it doesn't demand disclosure. I am upset with that behavior of that man. And then you turn around and tell me that he's a world class. Don Rich must have really felt badly about him. And the word going around is that the cabinet is upset with him. You understand me?
That the cabinet is upset with him?
Yeah, the cabinet is
because
upset.
of the Air Jamaica thing, yes.
The sale.
Yes, so I gather.
Yes, many other sales too, because the sale that him have with Mirant and JP, that's another part of it too. He has done us so much wrong things in this country. I don't know if you could claim the other one on exuberance because they have another finance minister waiting in the wings to unseat him. But never mind, he has carried on recklessly.
Well, I get the impression, sir, that he doesn't want to continue as finance minister.
I get that impression too. Listen to a bit.
He can see the darkness down at the end of the road.
Yes, yes. Another bit of madness. Today is the 5th of June. and I hear Mr. Jackson from the ODPEM saying that he's setting up something for next year. Next year, Labor Day, for the hurricane season. For the hurricane season.
Oh?
For next year.
Oh?
And this is the 5th of June. We're 5 days into the hurricane season. And that other minister said, we don't have the money now, but if a hurricane hits us, the money will be found. What sort of foolishness is that? You've always recited the...
Well, I tell you something, you know, sir.
Yes.
If a hurricane hits us, if we really get a good hit, right?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be disastrous. Because, to begin with, the drainage system is in a mess.
You know Portland Cottage?
Yes.
You know Alley?
Yes.
Water Lane?
Yes.
Those places down there?
Yes.
Rocky?
Yes.
If it... Presently as we speak down there, it's flooded, you know.
But I tell you something, sir. If we get a hurricane, not even a hurricane, some really heavy rains, right?
Yes, sir.
The roads are in such horrible condition
Yes, sir.
that the damage that is going to be, to restore them, is going to be a very costly matter.
The floods will come. But don't
Absolutely,
we
sir.
come and blame the people?
Absolutely.
We are in trouble. Today, our emergency meeting is going to be held at Jamaica House.
Well, I gather that the meeting that is held at, what I heard on the radio,
Yes.
was that this meeting was being held in view of the expectation
Yes.
that this hurricane season is
Yes.
going to be
Very active.
very active one.
Yes.
Right? Now, I should have thought, when did they know
that
the meteorologists were predicting that this was going to be an active hurricane season?
I know at least 10 days ago. At least 10 days ago.
No, a lot more than that, sir.
Huh?
A lot more than that.
Well, I got it on the BBC.
And I should have expected that this meeting would have been held closer to the time when we first heard that it was going to be in any event, we know that there is going to be a hurricane season.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We know that active or inactive, I mean, all we need to do is be hit by one hurricane and we have a problem.
Well, Adpem is planning for next season. Adpem said next season.
No, but it amazes me that the Prime Minister, that Mama.
Yeah, Mama.
That Mama.
I know my mother, you know. I know my mother, you know. And if my mother was alive, should have been about 85 now, or 90. I know my mother.
I see.
So I'm not alluding to that
Well,
stupidity.
Mama is having a meeting today.
Talking about that, I see a stupid letter from Pip inside the Sunday paper. And so he brought her and he got to Enfield, Reddington, 41 Port Stewart. And this man never took her to Broadgate where the bridge collapsed under his stewardship. And he's alleged to have spent $9 million in it. He should have gone there and show Mama children them that damage and suffered. That's what he should have done. Broadgate suffer. Albert lost father. Andrew Vivian put that bridge there. And Albert come and maintain it. And if he had spent 9,000 on that bridge, not 9 million as he alleged that he spent. And he didn't carry the CR, go see the bridge. What's really going on? Who is fooling whom? Who is fooling whom?
I don't know, sir.
I know you want to get away from me, and I want to get away, but listen to this one now. Jill Woolmer. Jill Woolmer is upset. Mrs. Woolmer is upset. The Times of London, the Telegraph, and the Daily Mail, they're all poking fun at us. They're all poking fun at Jamaica. Because, I don't know what we're doing. Or we say this man, we say Bob Woolmer was murdered, and so on and so forth. What happened to your Mr. Mark Shields? Where is he?
I believe he's back here in Jamaica.
Not in South Africa.
No, he spent some time in South Africa.
I think he stayed
and some
there.
time in London. He's now back in Jamaica.
It's a serious business, you know. This is a serious business. And if you listen to all, especially listening to the Pakistani cricket board wants to sue the Jamaica Constabulary.
For
Who is that?
outrage, that alarm that they made.
Who wants to sue the
The
Jamaican?
Pakistani cricket board.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Oh.
They say that action to be taken against the Jamaica police for what they say inconclusive to murder.
But they didn't say that, they say he was murdered, but how does that become actionable by the...
Well, that's what they are saying down there. And this is what I hear over BBC.
Well, I don't know.
They are up in a rage over that. You understand? And so they're supposed to make a U-turn. But all they are telling them is that the investigation continues. If you hear that, man.
But one of the things I don't understand about all this...
Yes.
...is we've been hearing about this finding of the pathologist in London.
Yes.
And the Scotland Yard and so on.
Yes.
It's in all the British papers and so on.
Yes.
How is it that our police have not yet got that information?
I just don't know.
I should have thought that the information would have been sent immediately to the police here before it became available to the press.
I should think so. But
it's very odd.
The three papers...
And you notice the Commissioner of Police...
Yes.
...hasn't opened his mouth on the subject.
He hasn't said a dicky bird. Is he here or is he in South Africa too?
I don't know.
Mr. P, I better leave you now.
I don't know.
Thanks for listening to me.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, you might know a little more about these matters than I do.
I don't know. I wonder.
Tell me something. When a representative for an area, a political representative for an area, send you a letter, a newsletter, where would he get your name from?
Where would he get your name from?
Yes. Would it be the voters list?
It could be. But it could also be, some friend could tell him your name and address or whatever.
Oh, because part of my reason for asking is that I heard a news item where Mr. Samuda was saying that he didn't get a copy of the list, of the voters list, as yet. And that ordinarily they would get a soft copy, before the actual thing, and that he didn't get any. And somebody out of, I'm not sure whether it is Mr. Peter, so was saying that when he was leaving his office, their office, yesterday he didn't get any either. But I have received a letter from Dr. Phillips. I'm in his area. And
hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This morning, expect brief showers over southern areas. During the afternoon will be mainly sunny and windy. Also look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms over northern areas. On Wednesday and Thursday, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for cloudy conditions with winds, especially over northern areas. On Friday, there will be brief morning showers over northeastern areas. During the afternoon, will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms over northeastern and southeastern parishes. Northern areas will be windy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I love keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart. Don't settle for high prices and limited variety. Megamart has a wide selection of groceries, freshly baked goods, household items and appliances, furniture, clothing, and much more. You can also dine in or out at our food court and fill your prescription at our pharmacy while you shop. We're open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Who says shopping can't be fun? Shop at Megamart, Portmore and Kingston. Megamart, the best value by far.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Yes, I just wondered because I got this circular letter from Dr. Phillips. I'm in his constituency, and I was wondering whether it would come from the current voters list or whether I could get it from some other source. But that's what
What was it? A letter? A political letter?
Well, yes, a letter saying about the need to address matters like road rehabilitation and maintenance, community upgrading, support for education and training, land titling like home ownership in bracket, small business development and sports and culture and so forth,
Well, that is part of his campaigning, I suppose.
Well, I know that is a part of his campaigning, but the whole question of you know.
But weren't you on the previous voters list?
But the interesting thing is, although I was on the previous voters list, I was not at this address.
Oh. So you were...
I've changed since to this address, yes. And changed the information on the voters list.
Yes, well, clearly, maybe then Dr. Phillips has got his copy of the list, but maybe it hasn't reached Mr. Samuda yet, you know. Sometimes things are in the post office and...
Yes.
you know.
All right. The other thing I would like to ask, you know, is that this whole concept of this whole idea that Mr. Golding cannot be trusted.
Cannot what?
Cannot be trusted, you know, and that you shouldn't vote for him on the basis of the fact that he's a person who cannot be trusted. On what evidence is that predicated?
Well, they're saying that Mr. Golding can't be trusted because he walked out of the Labour Party, went to the founded the NDM, and then left the NDM and came back to the Labour Party.
But when he was with the NDM, Mr. Perkins, I remember several polls being conducted by Wignall and others, which showed that the people felt, even while he was in the NDM, that he would make, outside of a person like Mr. Siaga, that he was the preferred leader for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Look here, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Golding is not the only politician who, in the history of mankind, that has left one political party and gone to another, and possibly come back from that one to the one he originally left.
Or in Jamaica, for that matter.
Winston Churchill did that, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure that there would be no contest if somebody said that he was one of the greatest prime ministers of the 20th century of the of Britain, right? One of Britain's greatest prime ministers of the 20th century, possibly the greatest.
Yes.
Right? He might be so regarded.
Yes.
Now, so Winston Churchill did it. Now, was he not to be trusted? Right?
And come close to home.
And I tell you something, you know, sir. There's a wonderful line from Julius Caesar, of speech, in which Brutus, who was one of the conspirators who slew Caesar, who was his friend, right?
Yes.
And Brutus made a speech, in which he said, Romans countrymen and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be patient that you might hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor that you might believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses that you may be the better judge. If there be any here in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus' love for Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I love Caesar less,
but that I love Rome more.
But that I love Rome more. Right? So, you know, politicians, in the same way that, you know, I would say to you and to other Jamaicans and to myself, don't vote for the PNP. Don't vote for the Labour Party. Vote for Jamaica. Right? I think it is foolish and imbecile for anyone to be chained for life either to the PNP or to the Labour Party.
But
the value of the PNP or of the Labour Party resides in the extent to which you think that party is serving the interests of Jamaica. Am I right?
Of course you're right.
So if Mr. Golding at some point thought that the Labour Party was not adequately serving the needs of Jamaica.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And could not get the Labour Party to turn in the direction in which he thought.
Yes.
Then it would have been a commendable thing for him to leave it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And if he thought that there was some possibility of getting the Labour Party to where he thought it should be.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Then again it would be commendable for him to return to it.
Yes.
And similarly, if the other people who have abandoned one party for the other,
yes,
if they genuinely feel
yes,
that is it,
yes,
that, then they would be justified in taking that action.
But
you're not wedded to a party for life.
Yes. But the thing about it, sir, what I find to be odd, I don't want to tell you. I would be happy if you could ask Breakfast Club to give you copy of interviews they have had with Dr. D.K. Duncan while he was with the NDM and utterance that he made about the PNP. Right? And don't take it from me. Some of which I regard to be very damaging. Right?
Yes.
And yet, he is running as a candidate.
Well, he has changed his mind. So what the people who are saying that Mr. Golding is not to be trusted on this account?
Yes.
Are they saying that Dr. Duncan is not to be trusted?
As a matter of
fact. And if they are saying that Dr. Duncan is not to be trusted, then why are they putting him forward as a candidate to represent people in Hanover? And the same thing would go for Mr. Dabdoob in Portland.
Precisely.
And for others elsewhere.
Precisely.
Right? Well, I don't know.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Is it afternoon where you are?
Oh.
Not yet where I am.
Sorry.
But anyhow.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This terrorist plot.
Eh?
This terrorist plot where America just pop up. Say you have a couple of Guyanese and
yes,
Trinidadians. Look, from my ear that I know it's a flaw. There's a flaw there.
Why?
First of all, let me explain something to you. Them have like 3 plots.
Like what?
Them boss like 3 plots lately that was on American soil. And each cases, it was infiltrated by CIA or the FBI or the Homeland Security. These people are set, they might be disgruntled with the American foreign policy.
Yeah.
These guys go in, infiltrate them, set them up. Set them up with plan to blow up some former American equipment or airport or something, and then bust on them before the plan even come off of the ground. Because each time, if you read a paper, it said an informant, a guy posing as a jug buyer.
Huh?
How you leave from jug buying to blowing up JFK Airport, and you go undercover, an informant posing as a jug buyer. How you leave all the way, that is making money to terrorism. You see what I mean? Something is fishy there. And then the Caribbean government are so stupid that if America say, yo, 10 people is there suspected of terrorism, immediately them lock up them citizens. It happened in Jamaica, which part the whole George Bush calling people drug kingpin. You see how much of we people, the Ministry of Justice signed a paper at 7 o'clock Sunday morning to deport one away, extradite one away citizens. Tell me, where are we going? Every time America says jump, we jump?
Well, sir, I think that to be able to say whether these persons are guilty of what is being alleged against them, one would have to hear the evidence, right?
Okay, this morning people...
Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 11:46.
Today's Weather Brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This morning, expect brief showers over southern areas. During the afternoon, will be mainly sunny and windy. Also look for partly cloudy conditions with isolated thunderstorms over northern areas. On Wednesday and Thursday, expect mainly sunny mornings. During the afternoons, look for cloudy conditions with winds, especially over northern areas. On Friday, there will be brief morning showers over northeastern areas. During the afternoon, will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms over northeastern and southeastern parishes. Northern areas will be windy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice-preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DRE Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, Serious Business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
Yes, you were
Hello?
saying whether or not they'll be found.
I'm not hearing you very clearly.
You said they weren't, whether or not they'll be found guilty. I mean, look.
No. No. The issue is, what is the evidence that they were
But
guilty.
listen to me, Mr. Perkins. One thing you fail to realize, in all the last 3 cases, they were infatuated, or said to be infatuated. In each cases is a Homeland Security.
Hello?
Yes. In each cases is the Homeland Security agent who usually come up with the plan, you know. I mean, you find some disgruntled group of people who you go in, you talk with them, you say, okay, I can do this. Are you interested? And then them bust them. No, them have all clear evidence, them have plans, them have paperwork. Only thing them don't have is explosive. Because between these 3 or 4 guys, I don't even think they can find a grenade between themselves. Some of them, 2 of them is supposed to be still in Trinidad. How you going to carry an explosive to America? And if the pipeline was so easily suspected to blown up by, West Indian National, why is it that Al-Qaeda didn't think about it? You see what I mean? This is so much garbage. The United States is using this terrorist thing to entrap the Caribbean. You see what happened with the World Cup? And them hold for terrorism? We don't even make back 10% of the money that we spend in preparing the World Cup. Because of this terrorist attitude.
Well, I don't know.
10% of the money that we spend in preparing the World Cup. Because of this terrorist attitude.
Well, I don't know that the United States determined how much money we spent on world security for the World Cup.
They didn't. But in one cases, they
Then hold on.
made a statement about...
No. If they didn't, then how can you be blaming them for how much money we failed to make?
Remember the CARICOM visa, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Whose brainchild was that? Did you think the Caribbean...
As far as I understand it, the United States had nothing to do with that.
Oh, that's exactly what is said in the open. But underneath, remember, Mr. Perkins, we still listen to Bakramasa. And when they make the rules, we actually follow.
Well, what is the rule that Bakramasa made that we followed in this?
That the Caribbean is a hotbed for terrorism during the World War.
No, I don't think that there was any such rule made.
You'd be surprised.
No.
A statement was made like that.
Hold on a little bit.
Yes.
There is a lot of terrorism going on in the world, sir.
Yes.
Has been for some time. Right? Now, if you're holding something like World Cup, there is a potential for terrorism, isn't there? And therefore you've got to guard against it.
But
to come back to this issue of the men being charged, I don't know. I have seen no evidence, right? That would convince me that these men are guilty as charged.
Exactly.
But the question is there such evidence, right? And the Trinidadian courts are going to have to determine whether the men should be extradited.
Well, their lawyers decide to...
And I would suggest that they do better than they take a different approach
than we did
to the one that our Jamaican courts have taken, because they seem to be prepared to extradite Jamaicans to the United States.
Without even reason. Yes.
Without even seeing evidence
exactly
convincing of their guilt. A and B. After the President of the United States had said that these men were drug kingpins. Right?
How can you expect for your trial in a
Well,
United
that
States?
is the question. And it is very interesting that a Jamaican judge who was in the Bahamas at the time, right, turned down an application for an extradition on those grounds, right?
Yet still justice
Mr. Hugh, Hugh Small.
Hugh Small.
Yes. He was in the Bahamas at the time.
Yes.
And he turned down an application on the ground that it was unlikely that this person would get a fair trial in the United States.
Exactly. From the head of the government, make a statement like that, criticizing.
Precisely. Yes.
Yeah, how could you expect a fair trial? Back at home here, it doesn't
Well, I mean, I should have thought, sir, that the purpose of of a court system. The courts are the last bastion in defense of the rights of the people.
Exactly.
Right? Now, how can you abandon your people in a situation like this? Right?
Good question.
The Americans have sent down here for persons to be extradited. And they don't even send hard evidence.
You remember the other day when one case when them hawks a diplomat for come on...
Who had submitted an affidavit,
exactly.
Yes.
And then them refused totally?
Yes.
I mean, how can you extradite your citizen in your country and the CSO of American government that who just let go a guy in America court just released a guy who was supposed to have allegedly killed 72 Cubans and Argentinians and have him running free and talking about terrorism? Do you remember that case, the 1972 aircraft?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That guy, the ex-CIA agent, is free because he was held in America for crossing the border, giving false information, and he was released. And now Cuba is crying murder because these are the same people who are talking about terrorism, yet still them have somebody who is renowned to have done.
Well, again, I don't know what the evidence was against him. Right?
Yes, we know that, but
so we need to know the evidence.
Exactly.
You know?
But you see what happened? America protect its own, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't extradite to nowhere. The Egyptian guy that was abducted and take to Guantanamo Bay, then released after 3 years, and the court has found 30.
That Guantanamo Bay thing, sir, is a disgrace.
Yes.
Right?
And that was...
America should be ashamed of it.
Exactly. Today, a judge actually threw out 2 cases against him.
Yes.
Yes. Right. This gentleman was released. He's suffering trauma, and there were 13 agents that is indicted, and America said it would not be extradited, none of its people.
Yes. So
why is it jumped to other people and said, look, you need to do this, you need to do that, when at the same time it's not cooperating with other countries? I think this is a disgrace, and how our government needs to actually lock down for this, because America doesn't provide this country with anything. Take it from me. We don't get any aid. The only aid them give Mr. Perkins is speedboat and maybe helicopter for killing.
That is not true, sir. They give us a fair amount of aid. Yeah. But the question is, what obligation does the United States have to be giving us aid?
Hello, Mr. Perkins, because they want to keep us as friends. And that is what them do.
So, because they want to keep us as friends,
yes,
they must keep shoveling money down our throat?
But them don't give aid. Them don't give aid, Mr. Perkins.
They do give us aid, sir.
Okay, like in which direction now?
What?
Tell me which.
Well, up to the other day, there was some funding, I can't remember what it is about, but they do from time to time give us aid. Yes?
Most of the aid that we get are low interest rates.
Look, sir, they have no obligation to provide us with any aid.
But yet still them dictate to it. You say that's a funny thing about it, you know.
Well, I don't know that they dictate to us. I mean, if they are dictating to us and we are obeying their diktat, well, you know.
Yeah, talk to the politicians.
Then we are. But the thing is this, that it does not seem to me that Jamaican authorities are sufficiently concerned about the rights of Jamaican people. Okay?
We know that.
And that applies not only to matters of extradition. Right here in Jamaica, they are not. We have to go for the news, eh?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices. Be natural.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, is rejecting claims by the JLP that it did not receive a copy of the new voters list yesterday. JLP General Secretary Carl Samuda reported this morning that the party was yet to see a copy of the list, which was completed on May 31. But in a statement this morning, the EOJ said copies of the new voters list were delivered to both the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party yesterday. The EOJ says the list was delivered electronically on CDs to both parties. It also said a woman at the JLP headquarters, identified as Miss A. Murray, signed to confirm receipt of the CD. The opposition leader, Bruce Golding, is expressing concern about a decision by the government to table a green paper on constitutional reform in the House of Representatives. The paper is slated to be tabled today. But according to Mr. Golding, the opposition was not consulted on aspects of the constitutional reform process.
Now, the reason I find it strange is, firstly, we have been through such exhaustive discussions on it, on which we have reached substantial areas of agreement. There are still some areas that we have not been able to agree on. That, for us to be talking now about a green paper, then in addition to that now, the Minister of Information was at great pains to indicate that passage of many important elements of that reform program will require bipartisan support. But there was no bipartisan contact.
Cabinet yesterday gave instructions for the Green Paper to be tabled. The matter of constitutional reform has been on the national agenda since 1991. The Green Paper outlines several proposals. They include changes to the composition of the Senate and the replacement of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council with the Caribbean Court of Justice as the country's final appellate court. Meanwhile, Mr. Golding has sought to clarify his position regarding the decision by Solicitor General Michael Hilton to withdraw as a candidate for the position of Chief Justice. Mr. Hilton had earlier indicated that he made the decision as he felt he did not have the support of the opposition. But Mr. Golding claims that he was not given the opportunity to express his position on Mr. Hilton's nomination in keeping with the provisions of the Constitution. He says a requested meeting with Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller to discuss the matter did not take place.
My request for a meeting with her was in pursuance of that consultation, which is mandated. That meeting was never held, so I never had opportunity to either express support for Mr. Hilton or opposition to Mr. Hilton's appointment. Subsequent to Mr. Hilton's withdrawal and with the nomination by the Prime Minister of Mrs. McCallum, I again sought to meet with the Prime Minister in pursuance of the consultation stipulated by the Constitution.
Opposition leader Bruce Golding speaking on Perkins Online on Power 106 FM. Mr. Golding says he was informed by the Prime Minister in a letter dated May 22 of Justice Zayla McCallum's nomination. He says at no time did he indicate his opposition to Mr. Hilton's nomination. Justice McCallum, who was appointed by the Governor-General last week, will replace Justice Lensley Wolfe, who is expected to retire on June 26. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 6 minutes after 12. Mayor of Portmore, George Lee, says he is worried because several drains in the municipality have not been cleaned for the hurricane season. According to Mayor Lee, the National Works Agency, NWA, is responsible for those drains. He says more than 4 months ago, he informed the NWA about the problem, but the agency is yet to respond.
I heard a report recently that the NWA is ready for the hurricane. We have a problem in Portmore that none of the NWA drains have been cleaned so far. I get a lot of blame right now because that is not our drains. What is needed is that there needs to be a dedicated fund, a disaster fund that can assist the local authorities.
Mayor of Portmore, George Lee, speaking this morning on Independent Talk on Power 106. NWA Communications Manager Stephen Shaw, who also spoke on the programme, was not immediately able to say when the drains would be cleaned. However, he sought to assure that the matter would be dealt with. Education Minister Maxine Henry Wilson says she is surprised by reports from some teachers that the Grade 4 literacy program has failed. Several corporate area teachers are quoted in today's Gleaner newspaper as saying their students are still not performing at the required academic levels despite the implementation of the program. But Mrs. Henry Wilson says it's the responsibility of the teachers to effectively implement the program.
The Ministry of Education sets the curriculum, provides the guidance, provides the framework. We do not ask them to have children learning things by rote. So I was taken aback by the article in a sense that the teachers seem to have absolved themselves of their responsibility.
Education Minister Maxine Henry Wilson, she says there have been modifications to the Grade 4 literacy program and the ministry will continue to review it. Production employees at the Spanish Town road-based Ray and Nephew Limited are continuing their industrial action for a second straight day. The workers agreed to remain off the job following the outcome of a meeting with the company's management yesterday to discuss a wage increase. First Vice President of the University and Allied Workers Union, Clifton Grant, says the affected employees will not go back to work until the management improves its offer.
The company put on the table 9% in the first year and 7% in the second, and the workers are saying that they are not satisfied with that, and they are seeking to get the company to put an improved offer. So we are waiting on the company response. We have informed the company of the workers' decision yesterday to continue the action until they get a better offer.
First Vice President of the University and Allied Workers Union, Clifton Grant. A Jamaican-born United States soldier has been killed in the war in Iraq. It's reported that 21-year-old Sergeant Kimel Watt was killed on the weekend when the truck in which he and his colleagues were traveling was bombed. However, the U.S. Department of Defense confirmed the death only yesterday. Sergeant Watt's death brings to at least 14 the number of U.S. soldiers killed in Iraq last week. U.S. military reports say most of the deaths were caused by makeshift explosives. In 2000, Army Sergeant Watt left his home in Mandeville, Manchester, to join his family in Brooklyn, New York. He attended an automotive high school in Brooklyn before qualifying for a scholarship to join the Army. The U.S. military says Sergeant Watt, who was a computer specialist, served in Korea and Germany before he went to Iraq in January. Jamaica Labour Party constituency caretaker for North Trelawney, Dennis Meadows, says recent incidents of fatal shootings in Falmouth are a worrying trend. According to Mr. Meadows, over the past week, 3 gruesome killings were committed. He believes the killings are indications of a resurgence of gang feuds in the parish capital.
What frightens me is the brutal and heinous nature of these killings, and they are almost fearless. It's a situation where, for example, the taximan was killed on a major thoroughfare in Falmouth on Duke Street. The other one, young man, Demario, was basically, he was shot and his throat slashed, and it speaks to a level of callousness.
Mr. Meadows says the nature of the killings are an indication of the social ills among young men, which need to be urgently addressed. Meanwhile, Mr. Meadows is calling for the police in Falmouth to be better equipped with the needed resources to fight crime. According to Mr. Meadows, the lack of adequate resources is preventing the police from effectively carrying out their duties.
We are not in a proper police station, and we are yet to find out when the new police station will be completed. In terms of vehicles, they are under-equipped, and my call this time is for the resources to be given to the police. As I said, we can't afford another resurgence of this gang fluid.
JLP caretaker for North Trelawney, Dennis Meadows. United States Congresswoman Yvette Clarke says she's hopeful that there will not be discrimination against migrants from Guyana and Trinidad following reports that 4 suspects in a terror plot are from those countries. The 4, 3 of whom have since been arrested, were reportedly planning to bomb New York's JFK airport. However, Ms. Clarke said this should not be used as an excuse for maltreating Caribbean people. Ms. Clarke is also urging that the Bush administration strengthen its ties with the Caribbean. She says this would help to increase the level of security against terrorism. Yvette Clarke is the daughter of former U.S. Congresswoman Jamaican Una Clarke, and that should be New York City Councilwoman Una Clarke. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad Appeal Court has granted permission for Justice Satnarin Sharma to go to the British Privy Council in relation to impeachment proceedings against him. The Chief Justice wants the Privy Council to order the Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, and other public officials to face cross-examination in a lawsuit challenging the impeachment proceedings. The Chief Justice was charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice. The charge arose after he allegedly sought to influence the outcome of a case against former Prime Minister Basdeo Pandey. Mr. Pandey was eventually found guilty of hiding information on his bank accounts from the Integrity Commission while he was in office. Mr. Pandey was given the maximum penalty by Chief Magistrate Sherman McNichols.
After a legal fight involving the Privy Council, Mr. Sharma was brought before the courts on charges of perverting the course of justice. But Chief Magistrate McNichols refused to be cross-examined and the case was thrown out. A U.S. judge has sentenced former key White House official Louis Libby to 30 months in prison. Mr. Libby was found guilty of obstruction of justice and perjury in March over the investigation into the revelation of the identity of CIA officer Valerie Plame. The convicted was the former chief of staff to Vice President Dick Cheney. U.S. District Judge Reggie Walton said there was overwhelming evidence to prove that Mr. Libby was guilty. Mr. Libby is appealing the verdict. However, it's not immediately clear if he will go to jail before the appeal process is finished. And finally, 11 people have been confirmed dead following a train crash in southeast Australia. Another 50 people were injured, some seriously, and they were airlifted to nearby hospitals. In the meantime, the Australian police say several people are still unaccounted for. However, rescuers are continuing to search the wreckage near the farming town of Kerrang in central Victoria. The passenger train was travelling to Melbourne City when it collided with a lorry at a level crossing. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. Sports stories are next.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
Sports comprehensive, powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, has approved the West Indies A-team tour to Zimbabwe. The decision was taken at the board's directors' meeting in Port of Spain, Trinidad. However, Chief Executive Officer at the WICB, Bruce Annenson, says the tour was approved with a condition. He says the board will communicate with the CARICOM heads of government before making a final communication with the Zimbabwe Cricket Board. Last month, Australia cancelled its tour of Zimbabwe. Prime Minister John Howard said his government was against the ruling of President Robert Mugabe. England is also considering not to tour Zimbabwe for the same reason. The West Indies tour is scheduled for July 3 to 23. Tomorrow is the deadline date for athletes wishing to participate in the National Senior and Junior Athletics Championships. The June 22 to 24 meet will be used as a qualifier for various championships this summer. Chief among them is the World Athletics Championship in Osaka, Japan, from August 25 to September 2. Other championships are the Pan American Games in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, from July 23 to 29, the NACAC Senior Championship in El Salvador, July 13 to 15, and the Pan American Junior Championship in Fortaleza, Brazil, July 6 to 8. Jamaica's senior football team is now heading back to Kingston from Manchester this evening for the friendly international against South American giants Chile at the National Stadium. The game will kick off at 7 o'clock. The 23-man squad sees 4 overseas-based players: Ricardo Fuller from Stoke City, Luton Shelton from Sheffield United, Damian Stewart from the Queen's Park Ranger, and Sean Fraser, who's from Miami FC, and they have all joined the group yesterday morning. Captain Ricardo Gardner of Bolton Wanderers and Corey Stevenson, AIK Stockholm, were also invited, but declined the invitation for different reasons. Chile arrived in the island last evening with a squad comprising a number of players who play in foreign leagues. Still on football, new national senior women's football coach Charles Edwards will stage his first training session with the national squad this afternoon. The training session will take place at the Stadium East playfield beginning at 3:30. The team is preparing for the 2007 Pan American Games in Brazil from July 13 to 29. FIFA instructor Carlos Buzetti will meet with 30 football coaches this afternoon at the offices of the Jamaica Football Federation at 2 o'clock. The coaches have been invited to participate in an Olympic Solidarity coaching course at the University of the West Indies from July 11 to 22. Buzetti will make a presentation on the outline of that course. Finally, in tennis, Justin Hénard remains on course for a title hat-trick at the French Open after a straight-sets victory over American Serena Williams. The two-time defending champion won the quarter-final clash 6-4, 6-3 to set up a meeting with Jelena Jankovic, who saw off Nicole Vaidisova 6-3, 7-5. In another quarter-final game at Roland Garros, Maria Sharapova was a 6-3, 6-4 winner over Russian compatriot Anna Chetvatass. Sharapova will next meet Serb Ana Ivanovic. In the men's singles, Roger Federer lost his first set of the tournament, but still had too much for Tommy Robredo in their quarter-final clash. The world's number one suffered a slump in the second set, but recovered to post a 7-5, 1-6, 6-1, 6-2 victory. Next up for Federer will be either Nikolai Davydenko or Guillermo Canas. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106. Weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers and thunderstorms, mainly over hilly areas, and windy conditions over southern parishes. Tonight will be mainly fair. In our 3-day outlook, Wednesday and Thursday are expected to be mainly sunny and windy, mainly over southern parishes. Friday and Saturday, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less. And now to end midday news on Power 106, a reminder of the main stories. Electoral Office of Jamaica rejects claims by the JLP that it did not receive a copy of the new voters list yesterday.
production employees at Ray and Nephew Limited continue their industrial action for a second straight day. Opposition leader Bruce Golding concerned about government's decision to table a green paper on constitutional reform in the House of Representatives today. Education Minister Maxine Henry Wilson expresses surprise at reports by some teachers that the Grade 4 literacy program has failed. And in news overseas, Trinidad Appeal Court grants permission for Chief Justice Satnarine Sharma to go to the British Privy Council in relation to impeachment proceedings against him. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Everything you think you know about pickup trucks. Mitsubishi Motors introduces the all-new, totally redesigned L200 pickup. Forward-thinking style and a tradition of rugged performance in a range of four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, double and single cab models. The all-new Mitsubishi L200 and L200 Sportero. Available now at Motor Sales. The L200 excitement unleashed.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. A little late, but I hope you can excuse me. Okay, let's go back to our telephones. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Not hearing you very clearly.
How are you doing today?
Not too badly, thank you. And you?
Very good to hear.
Huh?
Pardon me?
How are you?
I am doing pretty well.
Good.
I'm doing pretty well. I have a couple of...
Can you lift your voice for me or speak more directly into the mouthpiece?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. I have a few things which I need to talk with you about.
Uh-huh.
They are water, road, education, and employment.
Water? Hold on. Water? Next one?
Road.
What?
Water.
Uh-huh. Oh, roads.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Education.
Education.
And employment.
And employment. Uh-huh.
No, I don't know if there are any. We could relate them in the manner which I'm calling them, but what my opinion is, the first thing that we need to give our people would be water. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes,
Not as well as I
water.
would like to, but still hearing you.
Okay, hold on, let me see if I can get to it better.
The line is a very bad one, it seems.
Can you hear me any better?
Ah, that's better.
Okay. Yes, I'm saying that education would be ideal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because without education, the people can't get anything to do. I mean, you can't work except you're going to work in the hotel or on roads.
Uh-huh.
Then we have the water situation, because we do have so much...
Hold on, sir, before you leave the education. Before you leave the education, recognize for me that our greatest asset in this as in other countries is not what is on the ground, the bauxite or oil if they find oil, nor is it the beaches where the tourists come and enjoy themselves. It is the people of Jamaica, right? They have a greater productive potential than resides in bauxite and oil, right? And therefore, if we want this country to do the best that it can, we cannot say that we can't afford education for our children, our people, right? We cannot afford not to afford it. Okay?
I agree with you.
Okay.
Wholeheartedly. The situation here, though, is without the roads, which are in such bad shape.
Well, we need the roads too, yes.
You see, it's the way I see it is that you have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. The roads are in such bad shape that the schools...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on a moment for me.
My mother say he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Yes! Jamaica Popular Song Evolution Tour. Logie, the 10 finalists are coming to your parish. See them live and vote for the favorite. First up, Woolaba on Saturday, May 26th. Then Clarendon on Saturday, June 2nd. And Hanover on Friday, June 8th. The Evolution Show free. Make sure that they're there. Brought to you by Digital, the official mobile network for Festival 2K7. Taste it, CBM TV, Jamaica Trade and Invest, and the PSDP. Jamaica Observer, RETV, X-News. Check out the Observer for details. Jamaica Festival 2K7. Take it to another level. See busted out. Yo!
Hey, Red. Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome
Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville. New 4-Way Pharmacy Drug Surrender Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Vest is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Here's an important message from Worldwide Immigration Consultancy Services. If you're a skilled or unskilled worker and interested in migrating or obtaining a work permit for Canada, attend one of our 3 upcoming seminars to learn how. Saturday, June 9th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Holiday Inn Sunspree Resort in Montego Bay. Sunday, June 10th, 10 a.m. to noon in the Knutsford Court Hotel in Kingston. And from 3 to 5 p.m. at Ruins at the Falls in Ocho Rios. Call Worldwide Immigration at 960-8350 for more details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello?
Yes?
As we were saying, with the roads in such terrible conditions, Mr. Perkins, it is hardly likely that these children will be able to reach school in next year. If we have anything like a hard show of rain or anything, hopefully we will have a hurricane.
Yes.
But if we have rain, which is likely, quite likely, there won't be any roads left.
You know, sir, the roads are in the condition they are because the politicians don't give two damns about the people.
Perfect.
Right? They can always fly by helicopter to where they're going. Right? The hospitals are in the state they are because the politicians don't give a damn about the people. They can always go to the United States and get treatment. Okay? And on and on and on.
Very much so.
Okay.
It's such a list that you will never reach the end with.
Right.
Everything in my country seems to be going to pieces. And going to pieces in very, very small pieces. You can't even pick them up, maybe.
Yes, the public schools are in the condition they are.
That's correct.
Because their children are not going to those schools.
Perfect. So if we do not repair the roads, then children cannot go to school.
Yes.
So we have to, whoever forms the next government, which I hope will be the Labour Party, and I don't care anybody who says anything about that. I wish that the Labour Party forms the next government. Like this one is a whole, there's nothing here for Jamaica in this government anymore. This is a dead, all they have to do is bury it. It's already dead. Anyway, back to the roads. During when the Queen's Highway was built, Mr. Perkins. When the Queen's Highway was constructed, it was constructed by a Jamaican named Jimmy Smith. He was the first PWD director.
What's his name?
His name was Jimmy Smith.
What, Smith?
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
J-I-M-M-Y.
Yeah,
J
Jimmy
for
Smith.
James. They call him Jimmy Smith.
Uh-huh.
And he was the first native director of the PWD.
Uh-huh.
And he built the Queen's Highway.
Yeah.
And the Queen's Highway must be the best road that ever was built in Jamaica because it has been built.
It was a little narrow, but it was a very good road.
But during that era, when the Queen, it had to be built for the Queen to drive on it so that he could open it. And then the Queen is 80 years now. And I think when she came to Jamaica, she was about 25 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh-huh.
So you can calculate it. That's a long time ago.
Yes.
Anyway, our roads are now being constructed by, I don't know.
Foreigners.
Foreigners.
Uh-huh.
So what has happened to our engineers from that time until now? Why they can't build our roads?
Well, good question.
Eh? That's a masterpiece of engineering, the Queen's Highway. And we are now, all that money was spent by the PWD. It was done by Jamaicans in Jamaica for Jamaicans. Now we have foreigners doing it. The money is leaving the country. Our people have not much say in it. And it's only the mayor, it's only the highway.
So I think it was the World Bank that pointed out some time ago in a paper that the building of highways is a very lucrative way of corrupt governments,
Well, if they don't know, I don't think anybody else would.
Yeah.
If they say so, I would have to agree with them.
I think it was the World Bank.
So here we go. I don't think there's a lack of our people being able to do the job. But as you say, it might be the corruption part of it where somebody's getting something on the table. Well, I don't think it's on the table. They are so both now, it's on the table. Then the other part of it now, we have been on roads, we have been on vacations. How about the water? There is never enough water for the people to use.
Look, sir, there is more than enough water, right? Jamaica has more rivers and springs than would be needed to supply the whole population with water, right? The trouble is that we are not making the best of those of that potential, right? The problem lies in the Water Commission, and it lies therefore in the delivery of water to people.
But
it isn't that it can't be done. It is that the government has not invested in providing that water for people.
Well, that dovetails into the agricultural system. You can't expect farmers to produce without adequate water supply, can we?
True.
So how can you be saying that we're not producing? When I say we, I mean
yes,
the government, the people, everybody. We can't produce anything to export because there is not enough water to keep.
We have our priorities all mixed up, sir.
Exactly. I don't
and
think we have any priorities.
Part of it is that part of the reason for it is that we're not really about satisfying the needs of our people.
We're not really about having the people and making the people and better.
No.
That is the truth. What we're doing is not trying to make the people the way of life any better than it is. That's how I see it.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, we'd have gone into all these things I've mentioned before. And most of us, we have to give the people water, Mr. Perkins. Because without water is life.
Uh-huh.
You cannot exist without water. And it's about time we stop having water trucks to deliver water. And people going to pipes to wash their clothes and to... That is outdated. I don't even know which world we are in because we are not a fourth world anymore. We're not in a third world. We must be about fourth world. The only place I saw this was in Haiti, where the people would would by the side of the road and use the water there to wash their hand. The water's running in the gutter.
Uh-huh.
And we are close to aligned to them now. And everybody's talking about this term and that term. And what is there? They can't see the forest because of the trees.
Yes. All right, sir. Thank you very much, yeah? All the best to you. Hello? 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 What in heaven's name is causing phone? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. But may I call you, see, we have one situation, at Torrington Park. Have be a gunshot and we want to know if...
When was that?
Up to last night, one situation, at Torrington Park. Have be a gunshot and we want to know if...
When was that?
Up to last night. Be a shooting every day of the week. I want to know where Omar Davis, Peter Phillips, and Portia Simpson are do for we, the people at Torrington Park, if them are going to sit down and make Godman kill off the wall away, and one time them kill off the wall away, and we have to run well if they look at us, and what we build up at that time that them are going to step in. Look how long the war are gone. Look how much years our last year every time, and nothing at all, not even 1/10 them can't pitch in the place away.
How long the war are gone?
It has gone from before last year.
Oh, yeah? What is it about? What's the problem?
I don't know what them are war for. That's why I don't know. And instead that we get better at keep on getting worse, every night them come and be a gunshot you feel live under.
Maybe them are going to have a new, the fire. What the fire did name again? Orange Lane fire.
It looked like a one that them want and went and them burn out the whole of Torrington Park, burn out now. And
Swing baby in the fire.
Them will try for people bad and them say them should have do something about it. We're tired of it, you know. We're tired of have decent citizens living inside there. We not have no longer be a criminal living in there. Like every time they must come, them drum the cemetery wall, then come them fire up shot in
Yes, ma'am, but I'll tell you something, you know. The criminals could have been decent citizens. You realize that?
Yeah, but you see...
Nobody is born into this world a criminal.
No.
You know that?
Yeah.
So what? You haven't spoken to Dr. Davis about it?
Omar not coming in there. Omar Davis not coming in there, you know. We're not seeing him.
Oh?
One time them come out for the fire boom and everything, them boom down the house and so. And then come and them say, them are go out, them want to pitch a tent. And from that up to now, we not hear nothing at all.
Is that so? Well, he must know that him safe down there, him can, you know, him do have to come and will get your vote.
We're tired of it. We're tired of it. We're begging him. We're begging him and Peter Phillips. We're begging them to come in and do something for us. We're tired of it.
I wonder if there's anything that they can do. Maybe part of the problem is that they haven't got a clue what to do. What about the police? You're not seeing the police,
The police, as them come in, them go. We're tired of it.
Are a lot of people being killed? Are people being actually killed?
People dead in the yes, and some people, right now the place is like a ghost town. People keep on moving out and nothing at all now go on.
Oh, hell. Hold on a moment for me.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is
12:45.
Tasty, the original taste, yes. Everybody come, the original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, want water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Redhurst Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes. Look here, Mom.
Yeah?
What's it? Are you the caller that was on the phone?
Yes?
What is it like to live in a situation like that?
It's disturbing, very, very disturbing. You can't sleep at night and you work out, and when you come in and when you believe so you're going to get little sleep, you can't sleep. You can't go nowhere because when time you go to, you're in a fear when you must come in back. It's very, very disturbing. I was tired right now, but I like peace.
But what about when you're in your house?
It's terrible, man. It's really terrible. It's really terrible. Children can't study. Look at children, baby, them have diarrhea because when you hear the shot I hit at elderly people, when them hear it, it make like something I run through them want to drop down. It's really disturbing. We beg. I look at peace we want. We want look at peace.
Well, look here. The houses that you live in.
Yeah.
What they make out of?
Wall, concrete.
Concrete.
Yeah.
But the windows.
Louver window.
Louver window.
Yeah.
And the gunshot that can come through that?
Yes.
So in your house you're not safe?
You're not safe inside here.
Mm.
I would rather beg look at peace. I look at peace we want.
Then when you hear the shot them start up, right?
Yeah.
Suppose you're sitting down at the dining table eating your food. What you do?
Boy, you just have to get flat.
Eh?
You just have to get flat.
Get flat on the ground?
Yeah.
On the floor? And if you're in the kitchen or wherever else, you have to get flat again?
Yeah. Because you not have nowhere in there for nowhere at all.
Mm.
It's really disturbing. I would just want to look at peace.
Boy, oh boy. But you see, what happens is that your politicians are sure of your vote. So them now have to come look about that for you at all.
Okay.
Eh?
Okay. Well, what I do, I beg you for say you can't plead pan the here for it. Forget Mr. Davis, Peter Phillips, and Portia for step in to see if them can do something about
Mama P.
Hello?
Mama P.
Yeah.
Mama P says she loved the poor. But I should have expected that she would have been very concerned about this and would want to do something about it. I don't hear a word out of her on this.
So I beg you, Mr. Perkins, we're tired of it. We're tired of it. I tell you, we're tired of it.
Yes, I can understand that. I can entirely understand.
Okay.
But you know, part of what is happening is that people are accepting it, you know.
Yeah.
You have a government that should be doing something about this kind of thing. It seems not to know what to do.
Yeah.
You know? And when they fail, you suffer,
Yes.
right? Boy, it is very, very sad. Very sad.
Really terrible. Really terrible.
And this is going on every night, you say?
But yes, if it come tonight, tomorrow night, they might give it one ease up like how last night. Tonight, probably they might give it one little ease up. The other night, them come back, and I just saw it go around. Sometime I had 3, 4, 5 nights straight.
Oh boy, it's rough. I am sorry to hear about this. Well, I've been hearing about this kind of thing for years.
So please,
But
Mr.
every
Perkins,
time you hear about it, it hurts you again.
well, I beg you, please, to see what you can do.
I keep
Please
it on
to them.
air, Mom. I'll keep talking about it. Right?
Thank you, then.
Okay, all the best to you. Oh, my God. That Jamaicans should be living. I wonder how many people who don't live in circumstances like that really understand what it is that people like those are going through. Oh, boy. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How you doing?
Not too bad.
Good. I have a few little questions here to ask you.
Go ahead.
First one is, why is our agricultural sector doing so well? And yet our farmers had to demonstrate the other day.
Our agricultural sector is doing well?
Yes, that's what Mr. Roger Clark said, isn't it?
Mr. Roger Clark said?
Yes.
Hold on, sir. There is a distinction to be made between the two statements. The agricultural sector is doing well.
Yeah.
That's one statement. Mr. Roger Clark said that the agricultural sector is doing well. That's another statement.
Yeah, that's true. I understand both.
Eh?
I understand both.
They're quite different.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Let me put another question across. They said our economy is growing, right?
The economy is growing?
Yes, yet we have so many
Who
beggars
said that?
on the road of Jamaica. Why is this?
Yet we have what?
Yet we have so many beggars on our street in Jamaica. And so much unemployed people.
Yes.
And why is this happening?
The economy could be growing. And we have a lot of unemployed people.
Yes.
Because for the economy to grow, right? If, for example, the price of sugar were to go up significantly, right?
Yeah.
There would be growth in the economy. And let us say the price of bauxite is going up at the same time, right? And a few more tourists are coming here. There would be growth in the economy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that any considerable number of people would be employed.
Would be employed.
Or unemployed would be,
But isn't it the responsibility of the government?
What we need in this country, right?
Yeah.
Is not just economic growth.
Mm-hmm.
What we need is economic development.
Yes.
And if we have economic development, economic growth will follow.
Yeah, then with that we'll have wealth creation.
You'll have greater wealth creation.
Right.
And that will bring about economic growth.
Right.
Right?
Now, there's another question I want to pose across. And it is why is the government advocating education, yet all the schools across Jamaica has to pay to attain, all the students across Jamaica has to pay to attain an education?
Have to do what?
To pay to attain an education from the lowest level right up.
They have to do what to obtain an...
They have to pay.
Oh, pay.
A fee, right.
Yes, well, I don't know. The government has other uses for the resources that it is taking out of us in taxes.
So yet they are for development of education, but yet they can do other things with the money.
They talk about being for the development of education, right? But they're not really.
I ask these questions, Mr. Perkins, because I want the people of Jamaica to look into themselves and ask themselves these questions and come up with the answers. Because at the end of the day, I have seen just a section of the Observer, and before I even go to that, I'm going to say this, that I come up with one word for the government. One word for this government, cunning.
Cunning?
Yeah. Which means skill at deceiving people.
Oh?
And that's the word I come up with.
Which means what?
Skill in deceiving people.
Oh?
Right?
Them a kunopus.
So...
A kunopus.
So if you know, I have to ask these questions, Mr. Perkins. And when I look across and I see Mr. Rudder Clark made a subtle move on the farmers the other day, where his ministry wrote a letter to the farmers.
Yes.
Right? Stating that in the interim, this ministry will support an application for a duty exemption for these items to be imported from Costa Rica on a duty-free basis.
Yes.
Now this was pertaining to beef import.
Yes.
Right? From Costa Rica. And it was under the CARICOM Free Trade Agreement, which they are saying no, they want to lift that duty off the beef import.
Yeah.
Now the farmers are saying that 14 years ago when they began importing in milk powder, right? They had it was damaging to the agricultural sector. It devastated them.
Yes.
Now the government is using this little move, while Mr. Clark is saying here that they have been importing beef from CARICOM under the CARICOM trade agreement for a long time. And what we are trying to do is to stabilize the patty industry.
Yes.
Now, I just see where these people are just trying to use these sly, subtle move and people trickery. I think there's no words to describe the behavior of this government, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on a minute. I have a problem with this one, right? If beef,
yeah,
if we produce beef in Jamaica, right, but are so inefficient in our production that it could be imported cheaper from Costa Rica, right? And that in order for our beef farmers to survive, we have to exclude imports or put high duties on them, right? In order for our beef farmers to survive. You realize what the implications would be of that?
Yes, I know.
What?
But who are the persons that are responsible for curtailing?
No, hold on a minute. What would be the implications of that?
Pardon?
What would be the implications?
It would be higher prices, of course.
It would be higher prices.
Yes.
And greater poverty.
Yes, that's true.
For the people in the ghetto who are buying 2 patties for lunch. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3. Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007. See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Conditions apply. When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient, and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture, and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, Serious Business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you were saying?
Yeah, we're talking. We're talking about the beef import and thing like that. Because it's not to come to near.
You know, one of the things that we're going to have to do in this country, you know, sir, is recognize. You see?
Yeah.
I hear people talking about WTO and free trade and all this kind
World
of thing.
Trade Organization.
As if this was some kind of plot by the rich countries to impose upon us. Right?
Yeah.
That is nonsense, you know.
I think so too.
Free trade is opportunity. Right? It is opportunity. If we can produce and produce efficiently,
we can capitalize on it.
We can, exactly, we can get our goods into the United States and Canada and so on and make money out of it. Right?
Yes.
But
it has been happening in Europe, isn't it?
Of course it's been happening, right? But what we want to do is to produce inefficiently and have our inefficiency subsidized by some rich country.
Yes.
As has been happening for years with our sugar industry, right? We should be ashamed of ourselves.
Of course we should be, because we should be the leading Caribbean nation in terms of production right now.
Well, we could be.
Yes.
Right.
And apparently, as far as I can note, we are the last stage.
Well, you know, sir, part of our problem, of course, is our trade union, political and trade union system, right? Because the trade unions, I don't get the impression that our trade unions are concerned about efficiency, right? What they want is to have a protective shield for the workers who are members of the trade union.
I think all of those is just money making too, you know, Mr.
Well, you know,
I have one last point here to point out to you. I have one last point here to point out to you. I see where our finance and planning State Minister, Mr. Fitzjackson, brought a resolution to Parliament. He was trying to get an approval for a loan, right? And it was derailed by Mr. Arnishaw.
Yes.
Who point out the deficiency in the submission. And a great waiver was granted, you know, for they waived it. And label it illegal in Parliament. Now, why I look on is that when Mr. Jackson's reply was, you know, that his intent was to keep the House apprised, right? To inform the House, right? Because these people tend to use some words for the small people in Jamaica who don't know to try and condemn, right? And what he was trying to use is some tactics to push across to get a guarantee and a loan, right?
They're guaranteeing a loan.
Yes.
Who was getting the loan?
What this loan was about, you know, is let me just get back to this. I'll get back to you in a minute on that.
Well,
I'll get back to you in a minute on that, because what the loan was really about, they were trying to guarantee a loan, stating because here it is.
Huh? What is that now?
It is a section of the it's for development, right? It's for development projects on the island, North Coast. Oh, no, that's not it.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, I tell you what.
I think I just lost that in a minute, because there are so much things about this that I just tend to lose foresight on that one.
All right, next time when you have it, we talk about it. All right? Okay. Hold on just a moment. What's this? You have that loan, the information on the loan? No, okay, I thought you had that. Yes, you're saying so.
It was for some improvement and projects. It was 16.8 million.
Yes.
They wanted to get, right?
Yes.
And he went to Parliament to get an approval. He requested from government to guarantee it for National Water Commission to extend its northwestern parishes water supply improvement.
Yes.
And what Mr. Adlishaw pointed out is that he pointed out that reading from 1948 approved organization and authorities loan, Government Guarantee Act, which says no loan should be guaranteed under subsection 1 unless the proposal, when brought before the House, is accompanied by a statement showing the total amount of all principal.
Yes, anyway, what's the point you're making about it?
All right. The point I'm trying to make is that, is how, the government go about doing things in an illegal way and trying to make it look as it is legal.
Well.
And bringing it even in front of Parliament for an approval. So that they can continue to con us.
Well, I don't know that is necessarily so in this particular case. Maybe they made an error, and the error was pointed out to them, and then what did they do? Did they withdraw it? Huh?
Yes, but
they always
keep
but that is
something.
how Parliament should function. Mistakes can be made. All right,
well, we are subject to that.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, we have some email.
Mr. Perkins, here's a funny one.
Huh?
Mr. Perkins, I was coming from the North Coast sometime over the weekend, and I noticed a lot of oil on the sidewalks on the verge near Runaway Bay.
Oh, is that so?
My heart leapt. I said, oh my God, we have found oil. The prophet was right, only to find out that the oil was something placed there by the contractors for the North Coast Highway project.
Why?
And here are
the oil was on the road?
On the side of the road. Here are pictures, Mr.
You mean drums of oil?
No, oil, all over.
Oh?
Please see attached photos. This is another email. Please see attached photos of oil contamination in Runaway Bay. Observed on Saturday, June 2, and reported immediately to the NEPA officer for St. Anne, Mrs. Charmaine Morris. If anyone is interested, there's also video footage which captures this episode very well. This messy situation occurred near the entrance to the Franklin D Resort, where the contractors for the North Coast Highway project are in process of paving what used to be the grassy verge on the seaward side of the road. The pictures show oil floating on large puddles on the verge, pooled behind a shallow gravel hump, and flowing thickly on the surface of rain-fed runoff, entering FDR's driveway and going straight into the sea in paved gutters on the western edge of
So why
FDR.
was this oil put there?
And here are about several pictures. I mean, it's quite astonishing. I spoke to an employee of Stanley Consultants Limited at the scene. I didn't get his name, who said that the oil had been deposited there on Thursday, May 31st, when no rain was falling. However, Thursday was the only day of the week when it did not rain, and heavy rains had been forecast for the weekend. We are extremely concerned about this careless approach to an activity that poses a serious threat to the marine and coastal environment, as well as the health and safety of beach users. We call upon NEPA and NWA to pay closer attention to the environmental monitoring of road construction along the north coast, and in particular the paving of what was supposed to be the grassy verges, which help to absorb runoff from the highway. And this is from the Jamaican Northern Conservation Association.
When they talked about oil, I had in mind
the profit,
the oiling of the road, you know.
Oh, I see.
I remember that an election, when was it? 1976, when the road was oiled? Or was it 1980? I can't remember. Anyway.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sending a letter which I sent to Mayor Mackenzie, says this emailer. Dear Mayor Mackenzie, I was informed by the police this morning that I will no longer be able to park on Pawsey Road or any of the adjoining side roads in New Kingston as of tomorrow, June 6, 2007. Although I understand the thinking for this change, such as the obstruction of traffic, the ease with which emergency vehicles need to drive on these roads, as well as the inconvenience to persons living in the area, I would like to raise my concerns about this sudden decision. 1. The KSAC parking lots are completely full, although you might be able to find parking in them for an hour or two because someone has not come in for their parking lot, which is paid for monthly. You can no longer find all-day parking. Was any investigation done to see the number of cars that are parked on the roadsides? To cut a long story short, Mr. Perkins, I did call Mayor Mackenzie's office to find out what was the reason for this sudden decision. The mayor is out. I left a message.
Okay. We'll try and get him.
But new parking regulations, apparently, for New Kingston.
Yes.
Which come into force tomorrow. Dear Mutty.
Hold on just a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
115.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger. The double zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't let us stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware
Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stuart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online and we go back to the email.
Mr. Perkins, you had a caller the other day who was talking about how more teachers are driving more of their own vehicles. It's one thing for that caller to say that people are driving cars. Mr. Perkins, you know that most people who say they're the owners of cars, but currently a large percentage of these vehicles on the road, the actual owners are the lending institutions, like the banks, because quite a few default after a while. Mr. Perkins, you had a caller referring to the fact that more teachers are driving fancy cars these days. The caller is probably referring to those teachers who went to work overseas and have returned to the island. He also referred to the opening up of the media landscape. The new media licensing regime and the opening up of the media landscape started under Mr. Seaga. In fact, I think from the early 1950s. Remember KLAS in Mandeville?
Yes, it started.
It started about 1985.
No. It was later than that. I think somewhere about 1989. Well, I can't remember exactly, but
anyway, back to the mail. I must point out that many teachers, like other workers, have been forced to buy cars because the bus system in Kingston is in shambles. And now that we have bought the cars, they are now tolling the last cent out of our pockets to drive on the roads to get to our schools to teach. Enough cars, enough gals, enough cellular phones, and enough highways do not make us a modern country. Lack of opportunities, a high crime rate, poor health system, the abuse of human rights, and rampant corruption will continue to make us an impoverished third world country. Whether it's a black man or a black woman whose time has come, we, the poor people, are not there yet. Whether they say they love the poor or not. Mutty, I noticed this item in Yahoo this morning. It's entitled, Scientists Find 24 Species in Suriname. You can find it at Yahoo. In today's Yahoo, on SE/Science Suriname, new species. This is a piece of mail sent to you by a listener. She says, among the species found were the Attilopus frog, which has distinctive purple markings, 6 types of fish, 12 dung beetles, and a new ant species. The discovery came about as a result of 2 companies wanting to mine bauxite in Suriname's rainforests. What is going on with our cockpit country and the bauxite companies, Mr. Perkins? The companies who want to mine...
Well, it seems to be halted for the moment.
Our cockpit country could not attempt mining in a similar area in their own countries. Their governments would not allow it. Here,
You can probably get approval to erect a pit latrine upstream of the Duns River Falls without much problem.
I don't think, but I suspect that a fair number of pit latrines there's a lot of what do you call it? People who come in and settle on the land.
Squatters?
Squatters. There are a lot of squatting up in that area.
Informal settlers.
Yes.
I remember it was Mr. Easton Douglas who coined that phrase. And to continue with the mail, remember when the mining is over, the principals of the bauxite companies will still live in their pristine countries. And all will be left is a Jamaica ecological disaster.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, it seems that the most honorable Prime Minister was not anointed by God, but anointed as God.
Oh.
Therefore,
come on.
We Jamaicans are the children of God. Hi, Mr. P. Good day. This green paper coming up at this time again to see if the PNP can garner some extra votes. Mr. Perkins, it's an election ploy, just as you said. The PNP knows that they are weak in the field, so they are coming up now with this green paper again to look some extra votes, because they know how to get Jamaican voters excited about this Queen thing. Secondly, Portia says at the rally the other night in St. James that she has given whoever to start looking about the Bogue Road. Can you recall the amount of calls over the years about the Bogue Road? Mayor Donaldson, Dr. Chang, Chamber of Commerce in St. James, the people of St. James, and many more about this road that is causing a gridlock a lot of times. The Prime Minister said the other night that she had given instructions to do the whole works. And now the people must not think it's an election thing. Mr. P, people had been calling for this road to be looked after for so long, and nothing had been done. What is she saying now about not being an election thing when she says she's going to do something about it at this rally, at this time? The question is, why now, when people have been suffering for years?
Well, because there's an election in the offing.
She said in Mandeville that the JLP think Jamaican people are idiots and fools, coming up with all sorts of promises, but they are not. I am now asking the Prime Minister the same question. Thirdly, I saw Mr. Kern Spencer on TV the other night talking to the people of Goshen about their roads. Now, Mr. Roger Clark has been MP for this constituency for many years. Before that, it was Mr. Sidney Pagan. Mr. Pagan's son is now councillor for this area. Mr. Perkins, the Betsy Road and the road that the Goshen All School is on, to name a few, nearly all the asphalt is gone. And it's just pure marl. The holes are even worse than the ones in Portland that I saw on TV last night. It's a disgrace to see these roads. Mr. Clark is now talking so sweet in the constituency in Westmoreland, which we will be running, and forgetting where he's coming from, northeastern St. Elizabeth. Same ardent listener.
Anyway.
Mr. Perkins, I also found that announcement on the green paper a bit strange. Says this new email. In fact, I smell an election gimmick. Mr. P, says this other one, you're wrong again. Omar bin Borin is not seeing the darkness at the end of the tunnel. He now realizes that the light he was seeing is the train coming towards him. Mr. Perkins, I was listening to you on the line, speaking with Mr. Golding, with a mail about Mr. Golding, and trust The current Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, along with some Conservative MPs, left the Conservative Party of Canada in the 1900s and formed the Canadian Alliance Party. He, along with some of those MPs, returned to the Conservative Party in 2002 or 2003 when he won the leadership of the Conservative Party and subsequently won the federal election. I've never heard Canadians discussing anything about not trusting him and about him leaving and returning to the Conservative Party. They discussed his ability and his competence to lead the country.
That's good. You have more?
Just coming up to the break, Mutty, the more things change, the more they remain the same. If some pronouncements do not affect me or in my interest group, I keep my mouth shut. I don't squeal. As soon as a stone is thrown in my pen, it's a different case. Now, Mr. Perkins, I do not understand some of the actions of the Bar Association in this whole matter. Perhaps you could explain it for me. I did not get the opportunity.
What matter is this?
Of the position of the Bar Association in the matter of this election of the Chief Justice. I did not hear the interview, and I don't know their position.
Well, I don't know. So what objection do you have to their position if you don't know it? I think that the Bar Association is asking for some change in the method of appointing judges and I think on Chief Justice. I'm not quite sure what. If you don't know what it is, I can't see what your objection would be to it. Anyway, are we on the break now? Let's take it and.
Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel Friday, June 8th as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Spurtree Farm Store and Hardware Supplies, Fort Spurtree Plaza, Spurtree Mandeville, New Four-Way Pharmacy Drug Surrender Medical Center, Shop 47 to 48 Santa Plaza, Santa Cruz, and Versan Educational Services, 134 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Best is best. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-546-5106. Courtesy of the people People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Boy, I tried to get you from last month and can't get you.
Oh, you have done it now?
Yes, boy. But I just want to speak.
I beg your pardon?
I just want to pose two questions for our Mother P, you see?
Mother P?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Mama P?
I hope she's listening.
Uh-huh.
And I just want to ask her a few questions on trust, you see?
Uh-huh.
Because she's telling people that they can't trust Mr. Golding.
Uh-huh.
But a few days before she made that statement, I saw her hugging up Mr. Golding and kissing him. But I want to ask you a few questions, Mother P. A few years ago, Dr. Trevor Monroe was telling us Jamaicans that communism is the best thing for us.
Yes.
Dr. Monroe was telling us that communism and socialism is the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Now, Mother P, you have Dr. Monroe as a candidate running for the People's National Party.
Uh-huh.
Can you trust Dr. Monroe?
Well, why not? Because he was a communist in his youth?
Well, I want to ask Sister P this question. Can she trust Dr. Monroe?
Uh-huh.
Dr. Monroe was the one who telling us that the people in Mona, who were pasture, Beverly Hills, were actionaries, agents of the United States, and the big man, and exploiters. No. Can these people trust Dr. Monroe to vote for him?
Well, I don't know.
Right? I would like to ask Sister P if she wants these people to trust Dr. Monroe.
Yes, but Dr. Monroe may have changes, but we all change positions, you know.
No, Sister P, so Mr.
You
Golding,
know, as we grow older and more mature,
Sister P, so Mr. Golding is a man not to be trusted.
we discover the follies of our youth.
Ask her the reason why. Because Mr. Golding go form a party.
Uh-huh.
That's the only thing she can say.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Abe Dabdu run in St. Catherine, right?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Abe Dabdu give a poor representation. Mr. Dabdu with him own mouth said that him on weekend in business, him can go and look after the constituency.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Dabdu said him don't do no political work because I'm not sure if them going to run him back. The people threw out Mr. Dabdu. Now Sister P have Mr. Dabdu run him. Can you trust Mr. Dabdu, Sister P?
Well, why not? Because he left one party and joined another.
I want Sister P to answer me.
I see.
If she can trust Mr. Dabdu.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sister P, for about 34 years, you are in the constituency of Southwestern St. Andrew. You were there from you was working at the TUC. And you were there until you become a councillor.
Mm-hmm.
And you were there until you become MP. Until you become Minister of Government.
Uh-huh.
Until you become Prime Minister. You went on national television in Garden House in your budget speech, inviting people to drive down Maxwell Avenue and look on poverty and the definition of the place.
Uh-huh.
Now, Sister P, can the people of Jamaica trust you? I want you to answer these questions.
Yes, but you know what is an even more interesting question, sir? Sister P said that Tony Spalding was her mentor.
Of course.
You remember her saying that?
Yes.
Shortly after she became Prime Minister?
Yes, she said that before, and she said that after.
Uh-huh.
But what I want...
That is the man of whom Mr. Justice Small said in his report on the Orange Lane file that he had more than a passing acquaintance with gunmen.
Yes, Mutty. That was the man who mowed down the people in a southwest St. Andrew. That Sister P could come and win the seat.
Well, I don't know, but
yeah, that was the man. He was the minister of
well, Mr. Small said that he had more than a passing acquaintance with gunmen.
Well, from that inquiry that Mr. Sumal
and she says that he was her mentor.
From that inquiry that Mr. Sumal have. You remember that inquiry lead up from when they go to Rima to throw the people them?
Well,
that was where the inquiry come from.
No, I think it was the Orange Lane file.
No, that inquiry come from Rima to throw the people them.
Oh.
And everybody ball. And John Hearn get beaten and everything.
Oh yes.
And when everybody...
Well, John Hearn got beaten at the PNP party conference.
But that it was in the article that him write about that.
That is quite true, yes.
Yeah.
And he changed his position, man. He said when he went down to Rima and saw what they had done to people down there, he couldn't any longer support the People's National Party.
And when everybody...
And Michael Manley was his good, close friend, you know.
Yeah.
Yes,
and when everybody...
He sacrificed that friendship.
Everybody ball out. Everybody ball out that is wrong. Mrs. Simpson Miller was MP at the time for the constituency.
Yes.
You hear what she said, Mr. Perkins? Go on do your things, Tony. Go on do your things.
Oh, yes?
That's what she said. And she must remember when she went down to Rima.
You heard her say that, sir?
Yeah, no, that's what she said. Go on do your things, Tony.
No, I'm asking if you heard her.
In public print, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
Public print, it was in the Cleaner.
Oh, is that so?
She said, go on do your things, Tony. Go on do your things. And when she went down there, we got them got to throw the people. And the women gathered around her. Mr. Perkins, I did have the picture of that, you know, Mr. Perkins. And you know what happened to me when I lost it? Yeah. Burned down my house. With all of the writings that you and David the Pastor, John Hearn, and Carl Stone and Morris Cargill. All those writings, they have them come down and put up through the steps and fire this party.
Oh, yes?
And when the people gathered around her, I remember a woman with a twin on her side. And the woman said to her, I said, Portia, you mean you're a woman and you do with this? And not even one little remote on her face. You do understand? Now she come tell people Jamaican is our children. Our children. Miss Simpson Miller. There's a way that say it right unto a man, but end up it is death thereof. Let me tell you that. So go around, chop people from all over.
I don't know that the Prime Minister, that Mrs. Simpson Miller, had anything to do with any sort of underhand and tyrannical business, you know. But it's just that she said that Tony Spalding was her mentor.
She was the person. She was the MP. And the reason why them do it because Charles in detention and get nearly 5,000 votes in a detention. And the vote them come from Rima. You understand? That was the year when she get 800 people over voting at the constituency, 76.
Oh.
You understand?
That was the 1976 election.
Yeah. 800 people vote in our constituency, more than what is on the voters list. That time them buck from everybody around them.
Yes, but you can't blame her for that.
Well, she benefit from it.
Well, I don't know.
She benefit from it.
She may be, but maybe she didn't know anything about it at the time it was going on.
Didn't know anything about it. Didn't know anything about it. She going to talk about Jamaican is our children, right?
Yes.
When the JUTC bus system come in, right? And when them guys say nobody worry about PNP and people, why should never say everybody are my children so it can't happen? you should say that can't happen.
Well,
When them giving out the contract, them, and give it only to PNP people, why she don't say all of them is my children, it can't happen? She have some inner city house in her constituency. Tell her to come here and tell us that one man get a house in there beside the PNP support. What you talking about? Talking about our children. She's one of our children, them. She's one of the mother we abandoned her children.
You think so?
But she abandoned the poor people of Southwest St. Andrew.
Have they been abandoned?
She abandoned them, yes. You could live in such a state for 35 years. You have one people to protect you. And you did it. Everybody who went a little house have to run left it. And then capture it and catch it up with all stink and fence and throw it in a gut and keep public service light virtually something with no much abandonment that.
Well, sir, I don't know. All right, thank you very much, yeah? All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Good man. Hello?
Yes?
I'm going to quick cut off, but not that way, you see? My boss, I put things down for the school people, you know?
Your boss have what?
For the school children, I'm farming things, $60 an hour. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, when the summer up now, they can buy back them book and anything and go back to school. You understand? So the man that talking right, you know, Mr. Perkins. But I think man that talking right, you know.
You right?
Yeah, man. 1926, you know, the people carry, man. You right, man. I went down to talk about she left 4 people. Remember PG, you know? PG, sir. A black man time, you know. Good. I went west to the country. Area. Eh? Don't black people see that, no? Eh? I use them with black people, sir.
I don't know, sir.
Eh?
I don't know.
I went down to check out our bush for the children. I took my heart. I saw one of the mother abandoned our people. I took the mother to her, man.
She don't abandon our children.
How you mean?
She's now Prime Minister and she going do all sorts of wonderful things for them.
Prime Minister? Tell her said Bruce Golden have a whipping figure.
You're joking?
Yes, man. Tell him said Bruce Golden. It's Bruce Golden sticking to him. You understand me?
You did a poll?
Yes, man. Last me come to the end. It's Bruce Golden sticking to him. You understand me?
You did a poll?
Yes, man. Long
you did
time.
a poll?
Long time. Long time, Mr. Perkins.
I'll follow what you mean.
You understand?
All right.
You see Albanian, you know, Trevor Manuel? Might get a piece of beating from Bartlett.
You're joking?
Yes, man. He might get a piece of work from the being born. He never get them beaten there.
Oh, God.
Understand? And this pratter run them, it's a joy bird. Tell them saying, can't look back off, look. Because that the man there, I want turbo man, you know, a big piece of shot that out nice, you know, Mr. Perkins. You understand?
Yes.
They may not work 18, you know, Mr. Perkins. When they to the country? Eh?
Well,
when they to the country?
More car, more man have car,
more man
have cell phone, more man have gal.
Well, look, I just talk about cell phone. I see Roger Clark in the morning. Come by a cleaner. And I have to say to the cleaner man, Lord God, one man Billy can't so big can boat 18 years to know.
No, man, that's not true. He lost weight.
No, sir.
Yes, man, he lost a lot of weight.
Mr. Perkins, every morning I see him, I exercise.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man, I landscaping what me doing, Mr. Perkins, and people here, me cut, you know. You understand? And sometimes people call me, walk, I go Constant Spring, tooling in them place, you know, sir.
I'll follow you.
When I see the man, I said, Lord God, 18 years. Look at the man, Billy, man.
No, he's been losing weight recently. Anyway, look here, I have to run. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign?
No, Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Oh, hello, hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes. Would you speak up? I'm having difficulty hearing. I don't know why.
Now, what it is, I'm calling from overseas, so
yes.
It's a bad line, so that's why. So I'll speak up a bit.
Yes.
What it is, I'm really calling about the Air Jamaica story.
Yes.
Which is like, a lot of people in London, they have been really affected by the withdrawal of the service.
Yes, so I gather.
And we basically think it's a wrong decision, and we can't see what are the fundamentals that they used to make the decision. Obviously, the airline been losing a lot.
The airline has been losing a lot of money.
But at the same time, it's also been making money. Because between, look at some of the reports that I've been looking at, between London to Jamaica, they're making something like £70 million per year in revenue. That is before the direct expenses.
7 million in revenue or in profits? Well, they weren't making a profit. They were losing...
They weren't making a profit, but what you've got to understand, once you've got a market, when you've got a revenue, if you can control effectively your direct expenses, variable costs, then effectively you can turn it into profit.
Yes.
So fundamentally speaking...
But Air Jamaica, in all its history, sir, has never been able to make a profit.
Yeah, but the London route, they could have made a profit.
Yes.
The main problem is that they had too many flights flying to London per week. If Virgin can do it, if British Airways can make a profit from London to Jamaica, so can Air Jamaica. What is they're not telling you the problems that they've been having?
Yes, that is quite obviously true. Other airlines are making a profit, doing what they were making a loss doing. Now why? Where were they going wrong?
Okay, I'll tell you one of the main problems that they had. One of the main problems that they had is poor quality services. To give you an example, every time I travel to Air Jamaica, every time I travel to Jamaica for the past 2 years, I end up staying in the Holiday Inn hotel in London. Not just me, but thousands of people.
And also, coming back, flight is delayed, and I end up staying 5-star accommodation at the, not the Hilton, but the other, what's the hotel that the guy died? Can't remember what the hotel is called in Kingston. It's in New Kingston. But those, so basically you've got a lot of expense which is being incurred because of operational problem in terms of them not being able to provide effective and efficient services. And they are not, and basically 2 years ago when the airline ran into problems, many of Jamaican loyal customers wrote to, I think it was Abdul Hill, I personally did, to point out some of the bottom line that they needed to focus on.
Yes.
To sort of manage costs, get costs down. Because if you can get costs down, 70 million pounds per year in revenue, if you can control costs, then obviously that is revenue that you could grow and turn into profit by basically making relevant decisions in terms of controlling and reducing operational costs. Another main problem is that they had too many flights traveling into London from Kingston per week. Too many flights. And because a lot of customers have turned away from the market.
But I gather that their unpunctuality was also costing them a lot of money.
It was costing them a lot.
Yes.
So that is what they should have focused on, to improve efficiency, reduce direct costs, reduce the flights from 9 times per week to probably 2 times per week.
Yes.
And that would save them 6 overhead costs. Operational costs, they could cut operational costs by basically reducing the flight per week to say 2 flights per week. Because what you've got to understand is that traveling to Jamaica, between Kingston and Jamaica, you've got seasonality in that you've got to take into consideration. Where basically during high season, such as Christmas and in the summer, i.e. July, August, you can't get a flight because the airline is overbooked. So what they should have done is focus on reducing their operational costs rather than rather than cutting the service and selling out the premium slot to Virgin. And basically Virgin, Richard Branson, is a genius.
One of the interesting things about that transaction, sir, was how it was done clandestinely, according to the
within an efficient market, you don't do things discreetly. You can have a discreet discussion with interesting parties who may be interested in transaction. But when you start having a discussion, you need to sneakily make it publicly to the media. Because what happens, the media will enable will sort of push up the share price by making other companies put forward their interests.
Yes.
I'll give you a perfect example. You've got Rupert Murdoch at the moment. They offer the Dow Jones, and basically they offer a premium of how many millions. Since they offered a premium, what you had the share price increased by £15. And the reason why the share price increased by £15 is because you've got other interesting parties who are now putting forward their own interests.
Yes.
And they're basically pushing up the price. And because because Heathrow is such a premium destination,
yes,
when basically everyone is trying to fight for slots, what you would have rather that 12 million that they sold it for, 12 million US. I was listening, I think I read something in the Financial Times from some people from Barclays Capital, where basically they are expert in that field, and they basically said that it was a giveaway. At the end of the day, you've got Ryanair, you've got all those European airlines which are basically fighting to get slots at Heathrow, because recently because British Airways and US Airways, they control the monopoly of the US market. Something happened recently in London, where through negotiation, you had them free up the market a bit so that more direct flights from other airlines can fly from.
Well, I wonder whether it was really a giveaway or a takeaway.
Well, I don't know. I think it was an absolute giveaway.
You thought a giveaway?
I've given
I
the
see.
slot away because you've got airlines fighting to get slots at
All right, so
airport.
May have been a takeaway.
Yesterday in the news, you had Virgin had just recently advertised a premium service from Heathrow to New York for business class passengers only.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure that slot is something that they're going to use to offer that services. Because as I've said to you before, if you read the Financial Times, you'll see that Heathrow is a premium airport, and
yes,
people
it
are
is.
fighting to get slot there, so that they can fly to premium route. So it's not that Air Jamaica was unprofitable. The main point, basically, I don't even trust the CEO anymore. I think he may be good back in the days, but I don't think he's good anymore. Because when you're making such decision in terms of cutting a service, you need to make relevant decisions. As a chartered accountant, FEMA accountant, not an ACC accountant, you need to look at your relevant costs. If you're making revenue of 70 million, you don't make quick decisions to get rid of that revenue.
No.
You can turn it into profit.
Yes.
So basically, when you look at your variable costs, you look at the direct expense, and basically you look at, for example, fuel costs. How can you reduce fuel costs? One way of doing that is to reduce the flights per week into London. Secondly, look at the operational costs. You can reduce your direct expenses by slashing staff costs. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but you've got to look at all those fundamental things. Because, as I said to you before, they've got a customer base in London. You've got a lot of Jamaican heritage people living in London who prefer to travel by Air Jamaica.
Yes, and we're hoping to attract a lot of European tourists to Jamaica now. How well that will work is another matter.
Going to do that? The thing is, let me give you an example. Last year I was going to come to Jamaica for Christmas. I decided not to do it because I did not want to travel to Montego Bay. And 2 flights per week at Christmas is not enough. Air Jamaica was offering 9 flights per week, and as I said to you, 2 years ago when I came to Jamaica, I couldn't get a flight. They overbooked the flight, and I had to stay in a hotel, and they had to fly 2 flights in one day to move out customers.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that? Code sharing doesn't work. KLM and Northwest tried it for many years, and it did not work. As you know, Northwest, they were in bankruptcy for over 2 years, and they only recently came out of bankruptcy I think it was last week. So code sharing doesn't necessarily work. So I don't know how they're going to do it. And I think what they should have been doing is looking at how to... This route, the London route, is a premium route. They should have looked at how they could reduce direct expense, cut operational costs, fly probably 2 times per week, and I'm sure flying 2 times per week they could get full capacity every day out of London. I just basically think it was a wrong decision.
Well, it was done very quietly, sir, and I don't know.
I don't know how they can make such decisions.
I don't know what the purpose was.
One might say that Air Jamaica is a small airline, but I'll give you an example. I don't know if you heard of Ryanair. Ryanair was a small airline. They came in the market. You had British Airways, who is the market dominant in Europe. Ryanair, they came in with a simple strategy, which basically they focus on low cost and an efficient operation, wherein their flights in and out of European destination is cheaper by far by British Airways flight. At the time, British Airways, they had an airline called Buzz Airline. Ryanair had a very good CEO, and they came in, they made the market work, and basically they forced British Airways Buzz operation out of business. And today, in the news, Ryanair profit was something like, I think it was 275 million for the last quarter. And basically the way they achieved that was basically to focus on total efficiency, very good quality by making sure that getting rid of delay, and basically they basically lead the market in terms of low price.
Well, I think that one of the problems that we have to look at is the competence of those who are running Air Jamaica from this end, you know.
Basically, I thought he was a good CEO, but when he made such a decision, I just looked into it, and I basically concluded that this new guy...
Yes, indeed.
Because if he was effective, first of all, he wouldn't made such a subtle and quietly discussion. As I said to you, people at Ryanair, they'll be fighting for that spot. I listen, as I said, I'm in the field of chartered accountant. when you listen to CNBC and CNN Business News and even basically over the past few months, people are fighting for slots at Heathrow, and I'm pretty sure they could have get much more for the Heathrow slot than what they got. Someone said they could get something between 40 to 70 million.
Yes. All right, so thank you very much. I have to take a break, eh? All the best to you.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon will be mainly sunny and windy with partly cloudy conditions and isolated thunderstorms over northern areas. On Wednesday and Thursday, expect mainly sunny conditions in the mornings. During the afternoons, look for cloudy conditions with winds, especially over northern areas. On Friday, there will be brief morning showers over northeastern areas, and during the afternoon, it should be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms over northeastern and southeastern parishes. Northern areas will be windy. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Mayton, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
For Power 106 FM listeners in St. Elizabeth who just can't get enough, he's now headed your way. Perkins Online with Wilmot Mutty Perkins will be coming to you live from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, as host Wilmot Perkins focuses on the issues of the residents of St. Elizabeth. This broadcast is brought to you by Treasure Beach Hotel, the oasis on Jamaica's sunny and unspoiled south coast. Discover the difference. Three Angels Pharmacy for fast, efficient and quality service. Breads and More Limited, Shop 4 to 5 Gillian Plaza, Old Harbour. DR Banks Limited, Southfield Square, St. Elizabeth, for the best value in dry goods, haberdashery, furniture and appliances. PJ's Distributors, corner of Main and Market Street, Santa Cruz. Southfield Farm and Garden Center, Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Telephone 965-6774. More Parts Limited, More Parts, serious business. The Paper Place, 22 Beechwood Avenue, Kingston 10. When you think paper place. And Gordon's Enterprise, 22 South Racecourse Road, Mandeville. That's a broadcast of Perkins Online from Treasure Beach Hotel on Friday, June 8th, here on Power 106 FM.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. According to data released by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Statin, on its new economic indicator, the Producer Price Index, producer prices in the mining and quarrying industry increased by 0.2% for the month of March 2007 when compared to February 2007. The index for the manufacturing industry also recorded an increase, moving upward by 1.2% for the same period. On a year-over-year basis, however, there was a 4.1% and 5.2% increase in the producer price index for mining and quarrying and manufacturing, respectively. The chairman of the U.S. Federal Oat Market Committee, Mr. Ben Bernanke, says elevated levels of inflation, excluding food and energy, may not recede as weakness in the housing sector is likely to restrain economic growth for a longer period than expected. He said the adjustments in the housing sector is ongoing, and the slowdown in residential construction now appears likely to remain a drag on economic growth for a longer period than previously expected. Following his comments, the U.S. dollar fell against major currencies, and the U.S. stock market futures lost ground. The Jamaica dollar slipped 6 cents today amid moderate demand and limited supplies. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.20 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambium market. There was no central bank intervention. All three stock market indices declined today as the major JC index plummeted by 505.64 points. Overall activity resulted from trading in 27 stocks, of which 4 advanced, 17 declined, and 6 traded firm. The total volume traded was a moderate 4.7 million units. Life of Jamaica was the volume leader with 1.1 million units, followed by Supreme Ventures and the Scotia Group. The day's main winners were Raider Jamaica, climbing by 15.1% to close at $3.49. Carreras Limited gained 0.96% to close at $52.50, while Jamaica Broilers inched up by 0.25% to close at $4. The day's main decliners were Jamaica Producers, slumping by 13.6% to close at $22.10. Daring Bunting and Golden slipped by 6.7% to $22.50, while Captain Credit was lost 6.6% to close at $10.04. The JC Index closed trading at 89,774.43 points. Our advice is brought to you today by Guardian Asset Management Jamaica Limited, GAM. Let's look at some steps to successful investment. First, set yourself an appropriate goal to strive for. Don't just work to exist, but constantly strive to better your financial position. Start early and invest consistently. For example, if you are to invest $10,000 monthly for 10 years at a rate of 15% compounded monthly, your funds would have grown to $2,786,572 at the end of 10 years. Just imagine if you are saving consistently for 30 years or more. For further information, please contact Guardian Asset Management at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 9277392 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or you may email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. Or log on to our website for more business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. This was Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
If you've accumulated or inherited money, received a compensation package, or your fixed income investment has matured, your assets may add up to more than you realize. You should talk with Guardian Asset Management, specializing in money market and stock trading, foreign currency investment and portfolio planning. Their product portfolios and expertise add up to a powerful proposition for you.
Guardian Asset Management.
For investors who want more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Hello?
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Mr.
You?
Perkins, if we can't depend on the board of directors of Air Jamaica to turn around the fortunes of one route, why should we expect them to turn around the fortunes of the entire airline?
I wonder about that myself.
I mean...
And not only one route, a lucrative route.
One of the most lucrative routes.
Okay, thank you.
You know...
And we are putting up, the Spanish are here putting in hotels.
Yes.
And they're hoping to attract European tourists.
Absolutely.
Now the gateway for the European tourists coming to Jamaica would I thought have been London.
Exactly. Now, with respect to the Spanish hotels, I can tell you that Rio, for instance, they have their own aircraft. They're flying people in here with 2 aircraft at least twice a week.
Oh, is that so?
2 large aircraft. But then again, there are other Spanish operators.
Yes.
Now, the other thing I don't understand, when Trinidad and Tobago divested their London route, I think they got somewhere pretty close to £6 million for those gates.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, I think it was 5.8 million if I'm not mistaken. And we're getting 5.1. And I would have thought that the airline that would be most able to make the necessary connections and service our tourism
British Airways
would be British Airways.
Yeah.
They have flights coming from every single country.
Look here, sir. Nobody's really attempting to explain adequately what it is that happened and why it happened.
Yes.
Right? And when you find that happening, maybe there are reasons why it happened, which they don't want you to know.
I suspect what the reasons are, but I won't
I
say
see.
no.
All right.
I won't say no.
Let's keep it at that.
But they're very interesting reasons. The other thing, Mr. Branson
Yes.
has a board of directors to answer to.
Yes.
A 49% shareholder in Virgin Atlantic is Singapore Airlines.
Yes.
And
Wait, hold on a little bit. Singapore Airlines
owns 49% of Virgin Atlantic.
I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Oh, hell.
Now, there's no way he's going to take on a route that's going to lose money. His board of directors would not have it.
No.
Now, the question has to be asked. Why is it that we... I mean, I gather Air Jamaica is losing money on the New York run too, you know.
Oh, yes?
Oh, yes.
Hold on just a moment.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
The other thing, Mr. Perkins.
Hold on a little bit. At the break you were saying that you understand that Air Jamaica is losing money on New York.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
I also can tell you that.
But I understood. My understanding was that a lot of the money that Air Jamaica was losing on Heathrow, it was losing because of fines.
Yeah, no, let me tell you what
because
happened.
Because the on-time airline is possibly the most off-time airline in the world.
No, Mr. Perkins, a couple of years ago, the European Union imposed some rules on air travel in the European Union. If for any reason your flights are delayed or cancelled, you have to compensate every single passenger on that flight is entitled to compensation by law.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, you can check it out by law. And the other thing that Air Jamaica did not respond to, when the UK imposed travel visas, nothing changed for them. Nothing changed. They continue to operate in the same way, and as a result, the seats the aircraft were leaving with empty seats.
The what?
The aircraft were leaving here with empty seats.
Yes.
And then along came about the fuel, the increase in fuel costs. So basically, what has happened to Air Jamaica is that they just have not responded to events the way they should have.
Yes.
I can't see how this board is going to turn around this massive loss-making machine if they can't fix this problem. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
The other thing, Mr. Perkins, that you have to watch. We heard sometime last year that they were going to refleet. They were going to change the aircraft in the fleet.
Yes.
They were going to go to Boeing aircraft totally.
Yes.
Now we're hearing that they're going to be running both Boeing 757s and Airbus A321s.
Yes.
No, that's a whole different ball game, because the pilot that checks out on a Boeing aircraft cannot be the same pilot flying a 757-400. So you're going to have double inventory of spare parts. You're going to have to train pilots to fly two different types of aircraft. Well, one of the beauty with the Airbus aircraft, when you sit down in the cockpit, all the instrumentation, the avionics, they're all A340 or the A321. They're all the same. So it's much easier to train a pilot to fly an Airbus aircraft. Boeing is not like that.
Yes.
So those are a whole different set of costs that Air Jamaica is going to have to
Let me ask you something. There's a new aircraft, a very big aircraft, that Singapore Airlines is refleeting towards.
That's the A380. That's the biggest aircraft in the world. That's the A380, the biggest aircraft in the world.
A380?
Yes.
The biggest aircraft in the world.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But the Air Jamaica
But
thing...
to fly that, it means that you have to be able to fill them.
They'll fill it. Singapore, they'll fill it because those are long-haul aircraft.
Yes.
I mean, Mr. Perkins, they're building aircraft now to fly for 24 hours non-stop, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, man. You have aircraft now that can fly for 19 hours without stopping to refuel.
Oh?
Yeah, man.
So where would those aircraft be going? To Mars?
Wherever they're required. Wherever they're required.
Yes.
But Air Jamaica there's a lot more that needs to be said about what is happening at Air Jamaica. I don't think we're getting the whole story. And I think this sale...
Have we ever got the whole story of Air
never.
Jamaica?
Never.
Uh-huh.
Never. And I think if somebody really take a close look at this deal, you might be shocked, but you won't be surprised.
Yes. You might be shocked, but you won't be surprised.
You won't be surprised.
I like that.
Yeah. But, you know, what can I tell you?
Yes, indeed.
If they can't turn around a money-making route, how the hell they going to turn around the entire business?
Absolutely.
It doesn't make... You know,
absolutely.
A couple of nights ago, Mr. Perkins, passengers sat down in the Miami airport for hours waiting on an aircraft. And they were given all kinds of stories. The aircraft...
Air Jamaica?
Air Jamaica, yeah. The aircraft have mechanical problems and this, and they're going to cancel, all kind of stuff. Eventually, they did board an aircraft, but they decided to push the aircraft through Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
When they closed the doors in Miami, you know how many people were on that aircraft?
How many?
18.
How many?
18. 18. 1-8. Right? And they pushed it through Fort Lauderdale to pick up the Fort Lauderdale passengers. So they're in a whole heap of mess. I mean, the management is just totally lacking. Totally lacking.
Well, what do you think would be our best course?
Well, it would have been a good idea when Mr. Stewart and his gang had it, to give it to them, along with the debts, along with the losses. Let them take it and go run with it.
But they were requiring us to lift the burden off their shoulders.
No, they didn't require it. We lifted the burden off their shoulders, leaving them as free as a bird. While we sucked up nearly $70 billion of debt.
Yes. Now why?
Well, you know, when you can play domino, you know, there's nothing you can't achieve, you know. Good friends.
I follow you.
Good friends.
I follow you.
Good friends. But that board needs to be looked at closely. If they couldn't make money out of London, they can't make money anywhere. Trust me. All they had to do was to conform with the requirements. Be on time. You have to be on time, because I tell you, if you get a landing slot for X hour, and if you are just a couple minutes late, you get fined.
Yes.
You get fined. And if you tell your passengers you're going to take off 1,300 hours, don't take off 1,310.
Because they're fined again.
Of course. By law.
Yes.
That is the European Union law.
Yes.
That's by law.
And we were losing, what was it? $2.5 million pounds a month?
$2.7 million US a month.
A month.
Now, I take a bet with you, if you take those losses and strip out the composition, the majority of that loss is fines. I bet you any
That is what I've been told.
The majority of that loss is fines. Yes, ma'am.
The on-time airline.
Exactly.
Eh?
Exactly.
Well,
the no-line on-time airline.
We must have been fined for being on time.
Yes, must have been. That's
but on the wrong time.
That's why it was such a success.
On the wrong time.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. Perkins, take care.
Okay,
all
the best to you.
There's more to come from this thing, though. If I think there's more to come out of this thing.
I'm sure.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yes.
A lot more to come out of a lot more of things.
Well, we'll see.
Yes.
Take care, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, all the best. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Pleasant good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Hanging on in there now.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I just want to ask a question.
Uh-huh.
Two really. The OJO.
Speak up a bit for me.
Yes. The OUR.
Uh-huh.
The RGD. When them said that
when they say that what?
When you're taking out, like, looking for a birth certificate,
Uh-huh.
and then give you this.
OUR?
No, the RGD.
Uh-huh.
Then give you the 7 day.
Yes.
And after the 7 day, and you don't get you, what is the position with that?
What is the position?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you could take some action against them. You have a contract with them.
Because we get.
But then what it would cost you and what you would get.
I know.
You know?
Yes, it was.
And how long it would take for the matter to
yes,
get
that
dealt
time
with.
pass out and gone a long
Yes.
time. Anyhow, but what I want to say, if you're going to have a thing that say emergency, let it be emergency. You are leading areas. You must set example that we can people can follow, because we had it from the 11th and 7 days from the 11th until now, and today is the 2nd, the 6th, the 5th of June.
Uh-huh.
You can see how much over, and the person them, everybody gone back abroad, so it's still our carry. When we get it now, it's still our cost a little more to get it to them.
Yes.
Because the people them would take it, but you have to go register that again now.
Yes.
And maybe might log in a little box of wool per time
All
again.
that.
So we want, when them say them having an emergency thing, them do it and make it look good. The other thing again, sir, if you do an advertisement and you set up a plan and do some advertisement, and people buy into the advertisement, and when they begin to get business and they don't pay, how that goes?
I think you have a cause of action against them too.
Okay then, sir. I just want to say, Mr. P.
It's a breach. What's the law? I can't remember the
breach
name
of
of it.
contract.
Eh? No,
breach?
there's a consumer. I can't remember. But I think that there is some legal. If they advertise and you take up the advertisement and go and do business with them and they fail to deliver, well, you know.
Well, I hope.
I think you have a cause of action.
Yes, sir.
But then on the other hand, the court system is so inefficient, you know.
So far away.
Yes.
So you pass out before it happens.
All of that, yes.
That is what me know from time to time. You see it happen, and you know, so then they don't make any difference.
Yes, there's no real protection of the rights of people in this country, you know. Right?
Yeah. No, the other right, sir. You do anything in sports?
The what?
Sports.
Yes.
Cricket or football, which are them?
What about them?
Now, you notice, so World Cup come and we lose out.
Yes.
Or we go to England and we plan to lose out again.
Uh-huh.
But I take over, you know. I plan to make the people them face begin to have smile upon it again.
I see.
Yes. So, I make them know that I take on the online coach thing.
Uh-huh.
So, after England beat us the other day so badly, I take on and it's only the time save them from a better whipping from them, you know.
Yes, indeed.
500
Anyway, look here. I'm out of time, eh? So I have to go.
Next week.
Uh-huh.
Good. All the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company. So long.